Know what happened. That was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen personally, but it dropped it killed the whole feed. And I'm not sure what the reason for that was, but there's no issues on my end. But the only thing I can think of is that it hit like when I changed internets, it dropped it somehow and never picked it back up, and I was none the wiser. So again, good morning, good morning. So this is part 2. This is part 2. We're probably going to have a part 3 here in just a little bit. But I don't know what happened. That was odd. That was odd. I almost want to add it. You know what? Let me. I think I am going to add it. We're going to watch it and see. I'm going to see what part where I left off at. That's a little crazy. So let me pull up this and we'll just put it up on the screen and see how far we went. Right? Hi everyone again. It's nice to see you. We've only been going on for a half hour before the live feed died. So, and I do think it has to do with the internet because the internet just crashed. Boom, it was done. It was done. So, at any rate, we did find and locate one of the people. So now we have 2 of the people identified. We're going to be going through and identifying the rest of the people, but we need to confirm that they were actually at the home at the time. Again, WSAV was able to confirm the one because of an arrest record that he had at his mom's house. The Rooker, Edward Rooker hobby guy had an altercation. Oh, and listen to this. He was throwing pots, pans, and broke a pot and toward his mother, and a mirror toward his mother. And so his mother had him arrested. And she identified that he's been having a horrible drinking problem. That was in the police report from the mom that has been posted out for everybody to see. So either way, however it happened, it is what it is. So we're going to be identifying. Again, you can go to Twitter. You can look up Lair Camp, and you can put Jackson in there and it'll pop up the list. Or you can put Edward Hobby in there and it'll pop up the list. And the background, it's backwards. Shouldn't be. Background is backwards now. Well, it's showing it's on mine. I took the mirroring off because whenever the video would come out published, it was backward. Let me make sure that my video mirroring off. Yeah, my video mirroring is off. So mine says team. Team, it's spelled right on the screen. So hopefully it's not backwards. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Oh, hi, Mama Llama. Nice to see you. Sepsis Kill. Good morning. Nice to see you. We're already getting about 100 people. We had almost 300 people in the last live before it was it dropped. And again, like I said, I believe it dropped because of the internet. We were having it popping up that something was going on, and then see, yeah. So I think it just had to do with the feed. I don't think that the internet at the hotel can support it. I don't know. I don't know. But we will. And then Southern Granny Wolf, there's your cord right there that I'm using. I got it running a computer, and I've got it wrapped up, and it's powering one of my battery backups. So I do use the stuff that is brought. My beautiful lips are brought courtesy of the Blistex received. Oh, L Fig, you're in the house. I'm sorry, I did not see the mods tell me that you provided 5 memberships yesterday. So thank you for that, along with Shannon. I really do appreciate it. I missed it because I don't see the notification on this end, but they did notify me. I just didn't see it until after I brought down the live. So this is my first opportunity to tell you guys thank you for that. Again, Karen, we spent many weeks with Karen in front of Quentin Simon's house, and she's here. She's actually coming here today. This is like an hour and 45 minutes away from her. So God bless her for coming out and helping me. Many of you guys know I'm kind of out here by myself. So having just that extra person just makes me feel a little more at ease. I really don't like going into communities completely alone. I like to have at least somebody there. So it's nice that we have friends everywhere we go. And here I am in Georgia, and I've got not only a friend that I know online, but one that I've met, trust, and love. So I get to see her today. And I told her, I said, I'm going to buy you breakfast. No questions asked. No questions asked. I went out last night and got some bourbon chicken with some French fries and brown gravy. If you guys have not had French fries and brown gravy, you are really missing out. And when I ordered it, a gentleman near, because, I don't get seats when it's just me. I'll just go up to the bar. I find out it's just a little easier to get your food. I get it to go. And so I was sitting there and I was just waiting for my food. And when I asked them if I could have brown gravy with my French fries, the guy popped over and he goes, "Not too many people order that." He goes, "I love it." He goes, "Let me buy you a dessert." So I'm like, okay, And so he bought me a fried cheese. I could have any dessert. So they named off the desserts I could have. I got the fried cheesecake with caramel. Right? It was so stinking good. Oh my God. When I got back here, guess what? I spoiled my food. My food is in the refrigerator. The fried cheesecake is history, it's gone. And I still have bourbon chicken and vegetables sitting in the refrigerator for me to eat. Oh, I hear it's Stacy's birthday. Well, happy birthday, Stacy, from the Bullhorn Betty channel to you. God bless you. I am so happy that you're here. So we're on part two. We have the Letitia Stout case coming up today. More of the same. Again, I wish we had, and we do have. There are feeds for the West case. So I don't know how I'm going to do this stuff today. It looks like we're going to Stout is the one that has the video and audio feed that we're able to share. The West case, not so much. So I'm going to try to monitor the West case. I don't want to get in trouble with the courts. And, there are articles saying that people are streaming the court's call-in feature outside of the court order. So I don't want to get into, if other people are breaking the rules, that's for them to break. I don't like breaking rules. So it's going to make it very difficult for me to access that feed and run the feed live for the West case. Again, we follow the rules. We don't want any problems. Obviously, others they're not doxing or not docking them. Like where they're flagging their feeds and stuff like that. The courts aren't doing that. But if we know that something is not intended a certain way and we go ahead and do it, we're actually violating a court order. And many of you guys know I'm a law and order type of person. I believe that, whether I agree with court orders or not, I respect the system and I respect the process. And when a judge tells me, just like a law enforcement agent, when the law enforcement agent tells me to do something, I do it. I don't argue with them. And I'm not going to argue with a judge or do anything that could put me in harm's way. Just because these people are doing everything, inappropriately right now doesn't mean there's not going to be repercussions later. The judge may later decide to bring all these people that were violating the court order up on contempt. Would he do that? I don't know if he'd waste his judicial resources on that, but he could. He could. And would we want to be caught up in something like that? Of course not. And nor would I ever. And maybe it just might be the fact that people didn't read the court order. They heard that there was a live feed. They just assumed that they were able to share that with their audience, and maybe it was unintentional. But you know what? Not following the rules and not reading an order is not a defense. If you had to go to court and said, "Well, I didn't realize this," that's not their fault. That's not their problem either. Okay, guys, I think we're back. I back over. No, I'm back. I transferred it back over to the hotspot that we were originally on because even though it might be a little blurry and might get a little, it was running internet as won't stream minutes. And obviously to run a lot. If you guys are getting in, it's causing it's because of hotspot. We want to get hot real talking and talking. I that's why I dropped is because I connected it in situation we were at back on the hot spot. We had, the system just dropping and never coming back up. At least that's my hope. Good morning, Mountain Girl. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. It's it sounds pretty bad we're saying. I'm just gonna feed I can do the internet kind of, I mean my by the way, again, privacy points are all so Miss D is not had my through the privacy to try to get my so all three of these videos again and again all three videos will be made because I want to prove privacy. Horrible things about the true. And I support that's following and that voices for voice of voices, which has she's in a campaign against MGL and MGL. So what they don't like it when it's term. They want to do like there's no due privacy public you can publish things. Can't understand a single word. Give me a second, I'll move it back. All right, we're back again and again and again. Hopefully this won't drop. I mean, it will drop eventually. Part two. Yeah. I'm seeing the text. There's nothing I can do. I mean, there's literally nothing I can do. The internet at the hotel is weak. The internet on my hotspot because I'm in a building is weak. So we're just gonna have to make do with the weakness. And I apologize about that, but again, not a whole lot I'm able to do at this point. So maybe something that might help is just to go back a couple seconds. So possibly. So we just got privacy complaints from yours truly, Queen Bee, not liking people knowing the fact that she's a 3-4 time felon. on the streets of YouTube, and the fact that she does not like people knowing that she committed felonies in front of her young children. Yeah, it doesn't bode too well when you're advocating for children and you're clubbing somebody over the head that actually gets off their butt and goes out into communities to try to assist and help any way that they can to bring justice for those victims in a lawful manner. That's okay, but you don't like it when people start realizing who you are, do you? And it just shows you. I have to take it, but they for some reason feel that they're above everybody else and they don't have to take what they deal out to other creators. And I think that that is a horrible, and I would be embarrassed, quite frankly. I would be embarrassed if I had a channel that bashed creators over the head. And then as soon as the creators found out who I was and then I had to go and cry and bitch, moan and groan like they had to do for 2 years to get their stuff removed. That's still up, by the way. Um, but somehow they're above all of that and they feel special somehow that my stuff can be up, my mug shots can be up, but somehow they're special in the eyes of YouTube where theirs can't be because they're some kind of special person. Sorry, whether you did it, you support it, you've watched Angela on your channel watch my moves, you've watched her harass me by taking binders and sending them to any law enforcement agency where I'm going. That is harassment and stalking. And you guys do it online in front of your audience. And you're complaining about your privacy? I find that awfully funny. Don't like it, do you? Don't like it, do you? So I will be responding back to each and every one of these. This is through public record and FOIA requests, which we're allowed to use according to YouTube's terms of service. And I will have to remind YouTube of their terms of service, which allow us to provide newsworthy content that is supported and promoted by public record, which everything, again, that I have on this lady came directly from Gale's police department, Galesburg Police Department. So it is officially public record through the public records, everything done in order in which keeps me out of trouble with YouTube. So go ahead and keep filing those privacy complaints. It must be upsetting because this is not your first round of privacy complaints. This is your second round of privacy complaints on me. And the videos weren't removed the first time, but somehow you think that you're going to be able to remove them the second time. So keep going, keep trying. I know it looks embarrassing for you. I would be embarrassed if that was my record myself. And people try to embarrass me for my record. My record is not like that. I've been convicted of literally 2 DUIs, one from 20 years ago and one from 12 years ago. I have not been convicted of a crime since, period. Period. I have not been convicted of a crime since 12 years ago. And when I was convicted of a crime 12 years ago, I had 6 months probation. I was literally off everything within 6 months. It wasn't drug out. I paid all my fines. I did my little breather thing in the car. I paid my probation, and within 6 months, I was done. I was done. So I haven't had any issues like that. And you never see anything in my record of me fighting with my neighbors. My neighbors loved me at both properties, at my other house that I lived in, that I bought when I was 24, and at this new house. My neighbors loved me. And when the hurricane hit and all our power is out, they really loved me because I was the only one that had coffee on stock all day long. So my neighbors came over and filled up their coffee cups literally all day long. That's a good neighbor. That's a good neighbor. So how is the feed coming in so far? Is it keeping up with us? Now, granted, it may drop, and I'll just have to reset it. But are we at least doing good doing good so far? And I expect that the live to even go better, around 11, when all the people that were just staying here for one night, when they start, going on throughout their day. We're going to be here for several days. So what about the Vallow case and those crazy rules? Those crazy rules are insane. I have never heard of anything so crazy. And what's upsetting is they're like, oh, there's so many people coming in, this, that, and the other. It's like, you forced them to. What did you expect? Like, these people are idiots. Like, you would think that judges would have this stuff down pat, but what the problem is most of these judges don't have. They have cases, they have violent cases, but none that rise to the newsworthiness of the Vallow and Daybell case. And so they're having these issues because they're dealing with a worldwide case, and definitely at minimum a nationwide case with the Vallow-Daybell case. There's four people dead. There's two spouses dead. A husband, the husband to Lori, and the wife to Chad. Lori's two children are dead. So you got four people there, and one of the murderers, which was her brother, ended up dying. So you've got five people in that family dead. But I find it awfully funny that, she had to wipe out her kids. But Chad, I mean, didn't she think, I mean, even in her deluded brain, that it might be a little odd that Chad Daybell, oh, again, I can say Chad Daybell's name, right? Not a privacy issue, right? We say people's names on here all the time with criminal records, not a privacy issue, right? Just FYI. But Chad Daybell, his children never got injured, just his wife. And his children are standing by him. They don't believe that he could ever do this. I don't think they realize how messed up their dad is. I don't know if this is I don't know if they were feeding off each other. I don't know how they thought this was okay. I've never read his books. Like, I'm not going to read Chad Daybell's books, because if Chad Daybell's books twisted up Lori Vallow-Daybell, I don't want to read it. I don't want my brain poisoned by whatever content is in those books. I don't care. It sounds like he's a doomsday conspiracy theory type of guy. I could be wrong, but no, thank you. I don't need that reading material. Let's see what we got going on here. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. Robin! Holy shit! Oh, I just realized somebody else. Brian Lee said, glad to see you on Kick. Why, thank you. Wow, I didn't see these before. Oh my God, that's too much love. That's too much. Thank you. God bless you. Even my mods are amazing. They do all this work on this channel. They help me with, my Facebook group. Like, they are just amazing people, bright, shining, beautiful souls, and still give to the channel, and still give to the causes. And I'm just it's beautiful. You guys don't know how much I love you. You really don't. You guys are almost making me cry. So stop it. So stop it. Not crying. Not gonna cry today. Not gonna cry today. Hopefully you guys can hear me on the stream. I know that several of my friends that have my phone number, not the phone number that they peddle around on the streets of YouTube, but my real actual phone number, text me and lets me know that I'm lagging or I'm having problems. But my breath was just taken away. Robin, that was entirely too much, but God bless you. Thank you. Happy Easter. And you do way too much for me, and you know it. You know it. Unbelievable. Still gasping for air. And I still have the one gal that keeps sending me the membership to the Cash App. So I'm gonna have to refund her again. I'm hoping she got the message before, because um, uh, she did write. She's like, I don't know what it is. I keep sending you money, but it keeps being returned. And it's because she wants membership, and I can't do membership here. So maybe one of my mods, if she happens to be in here, maybe one of my mods can throw the link for membership down, because I'm going to have to refund her membership again, and I don't mean to. And I think she's just a little confused, and I feel so bad. I feel so bad. Oh my God, you guys are amazing. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me on Kick. Yeah, we're kind of trying to convert, but we're having let me move that. So we're trying to, figure all the kick stuff out, but I need to get through, and I don't do like I could have done like just one 5 hour live, but I've got so much studying because I've got so many cases up in the air. Plus, I have my own personal stuff that I've got to get going on. I've got other legal matters to attend to around the country. So I've got to get all that. So I haven't really been able to. So I knew that I had to kind of do this in 3 lives to get those 5 hours on Kick. But I'm just wanting to see what Kick is all about. What I can do with Kick. Is it something once I get through this process, I'll know whether I'm going to like being on that platform or not. Is it just a trend right now that'll end up dying down because I don't want to have to change my entire system all up to be on Kick, but I will if it's going to be beneficial for the channel and beneficial for the growth and getting us out to more places. I'm definitely down with it, but I need to get through this part because sometimes when things are new, they work out really, really well. And then as they go through, they're not so people don't like them as much. They tend to go back to the original stuff, kind of like how many different apps came out when people were trying to divorce from Facebook, right? We had like 20 different apps that came out. Oh no, you go into Kick too. Lori Lowe, yes, we're not going there. We're checking it out. We want for real creators, they want a platform that because to be honest with you, our name recognition will get people to follow us, period. I don't do we think everybody will? Of course not. But the people that aren't really in tune to what we do or why we do it are not really our audience. So we don't really care if some of the people that don't really watch us or support us or just watching us to stalk us. We don't care if they convert over to other platforms. But I always find that when you try to convert to another platform, it just like when we all try to divorce Facebook, nobody got on the same platform. Like if we went from Facebook to what was some of the new apps? Was it like MeWe? I think is one of them that popped up, like MeWe. And the people, and so we were trying to find any app to get to divorce Facebook because of what Facebook was putting us through. Every time we turned around, we wouldn't even say anything nasty, but it would just be we could support a president or disavow a president, or whatever. And it didn't matter. They were so hyper political that no matter what you said, if it didn't bode with what they wanted you to say, they would kick you off Facebook. They would literally, I had an account taken because of nothing. They completely wiped my account out. And this is one that had two of my friends' funerals. And the only place that it was recorded was on Facebook. I will never have those memories back. I mean, they'll always be in my head. But to go back and have that memory come up into your feed, I will never get that again. And so and that was my personal Facebook page, my personal one. So when I set up the next one, I'm like, I'm not doing anything personal on here. I'm going to use this platform for political purposes. It was no longer personal for me. Even my personal side of Facebook, you see me when you see me, I'm out doing. You don't see personal behind the stuff scenes on that Facebook page anymore. I will never ever be put in a position where I put my photos on Facebook and all they have to do is click one button and all of my memories that I trusted them with are wiped away. I will never do that. But during that time, everybody was trying to move, and there were so many different apps that nobody was moving to the same app. So if we move from one app to the next app, then it would have been a great transition. But because you couldn't get everybody on the same darn page, you had people on this app, people on this app. Nobody wanted 20 apps on their phone to communicate with their friends. So everybody ended up migrating back to Facebook. So what I'm saying is that, this may be a situation where we have that, people are trying to look for somebody or something other than Facebook. Facebook is starting to increase they're giving us the platform, but we're doing the work and they're taking the majority of the profits. And that's a horrible business design for any person that is trying to, go out here, bring content, make money off the content that they bring and just make a living. Be safe, girl, on the way to work. Oh no, guys. Give Jennifer big prayer hands in our chat right now as she makes it to work. She is going to be, she's kind of melancholy, but she's kind of happy because she's getting back to work, but she's missing the Bullhorn Betty channel. And she's going to miss us. She's going to miss us. And she's going to be thinking about us at least this first day. I'm hoping that she is so busy her first day back to work that she doesn't even think how much she's missing until she gets home and then she gets her fix. So we're hoping for that. But Jennifer L, you went through such a process with the foot, the pins, the needles, the rods. Just very thankful that, all that stuff is out, that you made it through it. It seems so long. It seems like, 6 weeks was, I think it was, 6 weeks, I'm pretty sure. Seemed so long ago. And look at just, it was like a whirlwind. Here we are. And here you're going back to work. Who knew? When we started talking about your foot, that April would be here so quickly. I mean, who would have known? But God bless you. We hope you have an amazing first day back. And I'm sure all of your family at work is probably missing you a lot as well. So don't forget to pass my name around if anybody likes true crime at your work and wants to see this crazy cat called Bullhorn Betty. Just let them know they can come over here to the Bullhorn Betty channel. And we're now on Kick. So if they don't like YouTube, we got Kick. The one thing that's going to be bad about Kick is like I rely on YouTube so much. For example, whenever my ex-husband got the Dodge Ram, when he got the Dodge Ram, it was used and had a lot of miles on it. So naturally, we knew that it's going to have some maintenance stuff because one thing you don't want to do when you get a used car is drive it for a few months and have it break down. So we knew that some of this stuff was going to be needing maintenance. But why would you want to wait until your car breaks down before you do the maintenance? I'm one of those preventative maintenance type of gals, right? I don't do it as much now as I did when I was married, but I'm a preventative maintenance type of gal. And I'm also one of those people that if I'm going to tear the front end of a car off, let me take care of everything I need to take care of. So I only have to take the front end of that car off once, right? So the truck had a nice water pump. It had a thermostat. It had an alternator. It had a radiator. It had a starter, right? I replaced all of it. I replaced all of that. The alternator, the water pump. My husband didn't do it. I did it. I didn't trust my husband to touch his truck, to be honest with you. I have to be honest with you, right? So I did that. I mean, he lifted, if I couldn't get one of the nuts off or something like that, he would come in there and put muscle into it. But for the most part, when it came to the auto repairs of the vehicles, I would normally do it. MGL has over 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, it's nice. And I don't know what Kick is. We're hearing from people, this is the cryptocurrency and it's false. But you know what those people are trying to do? Those people are trying to not make people leave the platform, right? They want to corner the market. They only want to get us, the people that are actually making and getting more subs and members than them. They're trying to get us out of YouTube so they can try to capitalize. But what they fail to understand is they suck at what they do. The reason why they're stagnant is because people don't like them. Moving us off YouTube is not going to automatically make their numbers go through the roof. And I think in their stupid minds and their pea-sized brains, they honestly think if we all left, they would be the ones that are raking in the dough. That's what it's all about. If you honestly believe that it's because I'm making money on YouTube, you are insane because every single one of them that's pointing the finger saying Bullhorn Betty is making money has a monetized account that's probably not making them too much money. And so they're upset about that. And Robbie, you go to bring in a great point. MGL has over 1,000 subscribers. If that doesn't show you that people will move with their creator, I don't know what will. I don't know what will. She has an audience. Kicking her off YouTube ain't going to make her go away. All it's going to do is pull audience from YouTube and bring them over to a different program like Kick. And now she has 1,000 people on Kick. Good for her. That's a great middle finger to those haters because I guarantee if these haters were deplatformed, they would barely able to scrub together maybe 50 or 100 people, right? I mean, I'm fairly popular, not as popular as MGL, and we already have over 359 followers and 17 viewers right now on this channel on Kick. Is that a whole lot? No. No, it's not. But what does it show you? It shows you our audience will move with us, that we have created and cultivated an environment that our audience loves and craves, quite frankly. I mean, you guys wake up every morning. I can tell you that when I don't go live, I have more emails and more comments asking me, "Are you going live today? Are you going live today? I'm going to miss you. I'm going to miss you." So I know my audience misses me. I'm part of their routine. I'm part of their routine. And they're off. The days that I don't come here live for you guys, their days are off. So don't think for a minute that these haters, animals and jellyfish on YouTube, don't think that they honestly believe they're going to corner the market. If they just intimidate us and harass us so much so, we will leave YouTube so they can have it. That doesn't sound like somebody that thinks we're tragedy pimps because they to themselves are tragedy pimps. They are completely unaware of who they truly are. Completely unaware. So we're going to get out here. We're going to go ahead with this Strother company. I'm probably going to say that the Letitia thing, we're going to try to run it live today. But with all the stuff and all the issues that we had so far with the internet, it makes me think that it might drop if I put it live. It might drop. I guess you need to try Rumble. I'm already on Rumble. I'm already on Rumble. I just don't do a whole lot with that because, to be honest with you, all the people that I'm associated with on Rumble are politicals. So I really didn't run. I mean, my name's still Bullhorn Betty over there, but I didn't really run with a lot of true crime content or anything like that. I don't know. I could try it, but I'm going to be going on different platforms because we're going to be trying to get as much, as many members to the multiple platforms that they feel comfortable with. I mean, it's kind of like, why do we have, three cash type app things, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal? I mean, one will do, right? It's because some people don't like Venmo and love Cash App. Some people hate Venmo and Cash App and love PayPal. So you got to give what your audience is comfortable with. And when you remove their ability to support, then you're really just hindering yourself. So some people don't like YouTube. Some people don't like YouTube at all. So it just needs to be, it needs to go through, we need to branch out to Twitter and Facebook Live and stuff like that. But once we get through this process and get monetized on Kick, I can really understand what Kick will offer this channel. It may be something that we choose not to do. It blows my mind. They hate you guys here. You guys go somewhere else and they follow there. I know, because that shows you they cannot survive without us as their content. And so they're trying to find a way to make themselves embolden themselves, make them look like these thugs on the streets of YouTube. By if they don't like it, they're just going to cancel you out, and then they can't. So they're going to try to run you off. But at the end of the day, we're still their content. So they can't run us off too far because they would then themselves tank their finances. Many of these people are living like we got, that want to be drug thug on freaking and voice for the voices, literally on welfare and taking cash from their subs and taking cash from YouTube and not reporting it because they would lose their benefits. So you got people literally on YouTube committing fraud right in front of your eyes, and they're still able to do it without any consequences. So it's like, if you guys want to go hang out with the criminals, go hang out with the criminals. But every time I turn around, it's them committing crimes. It's them actively committing crimes. It's not a past life that they've done their best to get away from or change their life in any way, or now given themselves to God, now are trying to repent and now trying to be a giver instead of a taker. So I don't know what to say, but what we do know is that we've got the Struthers. They've been identified. We found their son. He's been identified in the Trent Lair Camp case. And then we have several other juveniles that have not yet been identified. And I'm not afraid of saying, if you break the law, I'm not afraid of saying your name publicly. Like, I'm sorry. If you commit crimes, we're not here and say we don't have policies that, due to our personal internal guidelines, because of the age of the person, we are deeming them, we're not going to show the face of these people. No, we show the faces of criminals on here. We show the faces of criminals on here. So if you're 12 years old and you commit a heinous crime, your face is going up on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I don't care what age you are. If you're committing those types of crimes like murder, oh, trust me, we definitely put your face everywhere. We do not just put your name out there. We are not one of these PC mainstream media companies at all. I am not scared. If your mama and daddy want to sue me, they can look up my address. I will be waiting for the court papers. I'll be waiting for the court papers. But they're not going to be able to because everything's legit. But if there is, we'll have our day in court. No big deal. No big deal. I live in Florida, so I hope you're willing to travel. So that's all I got. We've identified that the Strother and Gould name is synonymous for the St. Simons Island area. Generational people, generational wealth, generational prestige, generational power. We definitely know that one of the J.C. Struthers, the one that actually owned that hardware store that's been around since the 1930s, was actually a county commissioner for Glenn County. This man that started the hardware store, he's since deceased. But the man that started, J.C. Struthers, that's not Carlton. That's his dad or grandfather. I can't figure that out. But I will make sure that we have that down pat soon. I'm pretty sure it's. See, I can't tell because they're still younger. Like the kids are younger. Him and Carlton and his wife are like in their 40s, late 40s. They're just a little bit older than I am, with their son. So, you try to look at that. You're looking at a father, 80s. So I would have to think it's his grandfather. It's got to be his grandfather because his father seems like he would have been born probably in the 50s, late 40s or 50s. So it sounds like this is his grandfather because the store was opened in 1930. So we located one of his cousins, and that's the father of Jackson. The father of Jackson we're looking into because he's the one with the name. And then we found a courtship and a wedding announcement for a marriage between a Gould and a Strother. So that will be a very powerful marriage right there. And then we located Jackson as well as the lineage and their family tree because Clarice's obituary in the newspaper, it was in, I'm not sure which local newspaper it was in. I don't see it printed at the bottom. But it states her history and how she was born in Glenn County, November 27th, 1927. So again, then it might have been his great-grandfather because this was his grandmother. This was his grandmother. Clarice was his grandmother. She was born in the 30s. So the business was opened in the 30s, and therefore it would have had to be his great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, J.C. Strother. So again, I'm still processing. I know I've got notes with all this stuff down there, and I started making notes on the paperwork itself, like right down here. So I didn't get confused as I was talking about it, but definitely it just reminds me of, the type of power that Alec Murdaugh, the Murdaugh name had in Low Country, South Carolina. And I kind of feel like this Gould and Strother name also has that same kind of impact. Hey, Turkey Man, nice to see you. It seems to me that this the Strother name has almost that same impact in that community. So I'm eager to get out there and find out if that's true. I'm eager to meet people today. I'm eager to find out new information. I'm eager to get some, actually, as a matter of fact, while we're here, let me just look and see if any of my record requests have come back. I doubt they have because I don't think the records department was open during the week. and I do not see any of my record requests coming back. But let me go over here and see. I know I updated my okay, resend confirmation. I don't need a resend confirmation. I've already confirmed my email on that one. Let me see where it is. There it is. My first request. So view request. I'll read the request that I've got out in this for Glenn County because we were able to make the requests online. And I'll just read them for you because I think they were fairly good requests to identify certain aspects of this case. Department assigned police. This is external FOIA documents to see if we got any documents. We have no documents. We have a timeline of events. So let me open the requests I have. I had multiple requests, all requests. Here we go. So it looks like I have 3 requests. I thought I had 4 out. Either way, the first one is please provide me with all incident cards and or reports from any law enforcement agency activity at 116 Kilgriff in their area. And then I've got another one that says, please provide me mugshots, charge sheets, probable cause affidavits. Let me see if I can open this up and get a better. There we go. Please provide me with all mugshots, charge sheets, and probable cause affidavit, and any and all incidents reports for law enforcement contact with Edward Rooker Hobby. Please also include bond information and any documents identifying the person with parentheses around the S who provided his bail to be released, if any, or any person he was released to with or without court order. So that was the other one. And please provide me all incident cards and reports from any law enforcement agency. And that's the same one. Where are my other 2? There's definitely 2 more, and I'm not sure where those were. Oh, here it is. And it says, please provide me with any and all incident cards / reports for any contact with law enforcement personnel at the residence of 100 Marie, including all audio 911 and or dispatch calls to the residence and body cam, dash cam footage. If there was audio recording inside the patrol vehicles, I would like those recordings as well. Please limit the request to the last 10 years. Thank you. So we've got some pretty inclusive, where are you guys? I can't seem to find you. Uh-oh. Did I lose you guys? Hopefully you guys are still with me because I can't seem to find you. There you are. I found you. So I was obviously not on here. I couldn't find you guys. I was reading some stuff and stuff like that. But yeah, I see that. So we are getting active record requests. This is what you consider public record. That means once I receive these things back from public record, I'm allowed to use them on YouTube because they came from public record sources. That's not something that I'm just making up, and stuff like that. When those mugshots come back, I'm able to use those mugshots because those mugshots were provided to me by public record. So we've got everything we need. We're not going to outside sources to get this. We're not going to mugshots.com to get our resource, which is not considered public record, by the way. And anybody that uses that could actually be in trouble with the terms of service because terms of service clearly state that any information like that, if you're going to disseminate it across the streets of YouTube, has to be done through public record. And, so that could be the court, being on the clerk of court's website. That's public record. Your tax stuff is public record. However, you can't provide people's addresses and stuff like that on here. So you got to make sure that when you're showing, records for taxes and other things, that those records are redacted. That means that the addresses or other identifying markers are removed. Other things in that stuff is all public record and readily available to anybody, anywhere. So if it's readily available to anybody, anywhere, there's no duty of privacy. There's no privacy concerns. That's why privacy is very important. You have no duty of privacy when you get arrested. You have no duty of privacy to keep that mugshot private. It's not a privacy matter, it's a public matter. And so that's how those are going to be responded to. These are all public records that were obtained through public record request and FOIA request. There's no duty of privacy, and privacy cannot be alleged. So I don't know what to say. We're at 9:02 this morning, guys. We usually try to start around 6:30, be done at 8:30. We've had some technical issues with the lives. I'm going to have to change the thumbnails because it doesn't look like we're going to be. We might, because so far since being on this last run of being on the internet for the place I'm staying, it seems like it's doing better this roll. I mean, we've been up for 51 minutes. It doesn't seem like we're having too much of a problem maintaining this. So if I can get it started before we leave, so we can watch Letitia Stouck's case, I will definitely do that. Let me see if I've got something. I'm getting something coming in. That's not to me. Oh, let me before I leave, guys. I know I'm doing this, but I always forget to check this. We always get updates from our friends on through Twitter, so I always like to give updates on what we're learning so far. And I haven't really provided much updates. Many of you guys know that I will be covering the case in Marion County, Florida, of the 3 young kids that were slain by 3 other young kids, one of the murderers only being 12 years old and part of a gang. Really sad stuff. We're going to be going there. I know I'm going to have a great relationship with law enforcement there. They are a law and order community. We support law and order communities. We denounce communities that leave their citizens vulnerable, which we saw in Chatham County. Very upsetting to somebody like me. I have a hard time standing up, not standing up to something like that. We're here in Glenn County. I haven't really had an opportunity to poke around. Before we started going after No Charge Hadley, we were on. Hold on one second. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you're here. All right, let me mute. Let me mute. I'm about to get off my live. Let me mute, and I'll bring you on into the room. Yeah, hold on just a second. Let me cover. Miss Karen's in the house. She just called me. She's here. Thank God. So we're just going to kind of get our day together. It's time for me to fly, guys. I'm going to miss you today. I just want to tell everybody that supports this effort to cover Trent. We are going to cover him, and I also want to let you know to the extent of the research that we're doing. I mean, this is not little stuff. This is stuff that takes time to find and locate. I mean, I got court or BOCC minutes from 1943. 1943, folks. Okay, it's digging. Okay, it's sleuthing. It's having one thing lead you down a one way and going down another way and going down another way, and you just read it and keep going, and wherever it leads you, you keep going. Let me open my door so Karen can come in. She hasn't come in yet, so I'll just leave the door open for her. Okay. And so we were, sleuthing, and it just keeps going and going and going, and you just keep, and then you read more and you read more. But there's not a whole lot about the Struthers, but there's a lot about the Struthers. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. Is Moon Shadow in here? Nice to see you, Moon Shadow. It's been a while. Love. But thank you for being here. But Karen's here, so we're going to go. I'm going to have to change the thumbnail. Sorry, I thought we were going to be able to roll right into the live with Letitia. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can. Give me a second. Let's see if, I mean, we never know unless we try. I mean, I'd hate to get off and then find out that we could have, set it up and you guys could have just sat and waited until it went live. Let's see. Might say it hasn't started yet. I don't know. Join webinar. Oh, well, it's letting me. Okay, well, if it's letting me. All right, guys. Well, it's letting me go live now, so I'll just set it. Come on in. I left it open for you, hun. Good morning.
15 minutes.
Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, you look beautiful.
Thank you.
Say hi to everyone. Karen's in the house.
Hi, everybody.
So trouble's here. So now there's double trouble. So we're going to go out and get in as much double trouble information as we can. So let me go ahead and pull the entire screen up. It looks like we're going to be able to watch. So I'm not going to play around to, oh, nope, cancel. Thank God it gave me the opportunity. I'm not going to, there we are. So we're up on here. So I'm going to go ahead and just and take my screen off. So you guys, oh, it won't let me. Before I leave. Hold on, let me get myself back up here. There I am. Before I leave, I did want to go over a few things. So we have, we saw that we did put Passion and Taylon's funeral up the other day. It was on Saturday. They were being ushered into the Baptist church there. And they were being put to rest. We watched Taylon being this tiny little casket being rolled into the church. It was very, very sad. It made goosebumps pop up on everything of me, as you can imagine. He was just an innocent person that just, why is it doing that? I don't know why it's doing that there. He was just an innocent person that didn't deserve to lose his life. Again, not even 2 years old, and lost his life at the hand of his father. His father threw him in to a gator-infested waters, and that boy was found in the mouth of an alligator. That was horrible. So Court TV has some updates. The final panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates. And I think we did go ahead and announce that as of yesterday. Missing network, Oakley May Snow is missing. We wanted to bring some attention to this.
Mommy. He says, I'm Batman. Huh? Say it. Say, I'm Batman. Tell him. Say, I'm Batman. Okay. Outside. Say, I'm Batman. I'm mine. Okay.
Trying to get her to say Batman. Oh, Sean just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Sean, for the 5 membership gifts. So this is Oakley May Snow. Oakley is from Cromwell, Oklahoma, but was last seen in Indianapolis on March 9th, 2023. Did you see anything? Did you see a blue Dodge Durango anywhere suspicious? So they're honing in on a blue Dodge Durango. This child is 2 years old, height 2 feet 2 inches, weighs 35 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. You're asked to call IMPD at 317-327-6160. I'm going to show you guys this video again. This is a little girl that is missing, and we need all hands on deck.
Yeah, son. It said, I'm Batman. Okay, never mind. Can you say, I'm Batman? Huh? Say it. Say, I'm Batman.
I'm sorry, but that I would be unnerved if my child just vanished. I don't know what's going. We haven't looked into this case. I'm not pointing fingers in any direction. I'm just advocating for the safe return of Oakley May Snow. Oakley May Snow. We talked about the Massachusetts Revere police, the Revere location where they were looking for Harmony Montgomery. I haven't looked, but I did report that they did not find anything. I'm not sure if that was finally officially reported or not, but we are under the understanding that nothing was found in Revere related to that. A 2-year-old boy from Vermont was found in a brook early Saturday and may have been dropped off by his father as he fled the scene of a car wreck in northern Massachusetts, police said. A very sad case. Apparently, the father was in a vehicle automobile accident, and he went on a high-speed chase, from my understanding, but we need to look into that, and why did this child end up in a brook, dead? How can a father just open the door and kick a 2-year-old out and just let them wander on their own? And I don't know if that's the case, but that's kind of the way I'm reading this. It's a little insane. So we're going to have to look into that a little bit more. Anonymous sends a message to Clarence Thomas. I don't know what that's about. I'll have to look into that. It seems obvious that a crime was committed. It's just obvious. So we're getting more information on Trent Blaircamp. And one seems quite obvious that a crime was committed. It's just as obvious who was involved. Why no arrest? I have to agree with Simple Stranger on here. Why no arrest? I can tell you that I haven't even been here 24 hours, and I already have an idea who did what, who was where. And now I'm on a fact-finding mission to corroborate the information that I found. So the parents, I want conclusive. I want somebody to tell me if the parents were home at the time, because if the parents were home and they themselves still haven't been brought to justice for contributing to the delinquency of a minor, which they did, those children were in their house, they were drinking, they were under their direction and control, and somebody almost died. Why aren't the parents in jail if they were at home? I heard they were home too. And then SF investigates. Okay, so here it is. It seems that it's unfortunate that seems search crews did not locate Harmony Montgomery, but encourages that somebody is clearly talking. Encouraging that somebody is clearly talking. So they're finally releasing the information out that nothing was found in Harmony Montgomery, and we released that Saturday morning from that search Friday that there was nothing that was found from that search. So I even said on there, I said, you're going to hear here first, because I've got eyes and ears everywhere, and we already received a word that there was nothing found in Revere. So I was just waiting for mainstream media to catch up. That's all. Anyways, guys, we're going to go ahead and now officially roll into the live. You guys can stay here if you want to and chat amongst yourselves. There's going to be a couple hours before YouTube kicks in, or before this trial goes on, but we are going to have it up so you guys can see it, and will be available as soon as it goes live. Now, if the live feed goes down here, that's it. I'm going to be away from the computer. I'm going to be doing other work. And if it goes down, it goes down. We're going to pray to God that the internet here at the hotel works all day long. But if it doesn't, you'll know that you need to probably go and sign in yourself and listen to it yourself. There are other people that are running this. I don't know how many, but you can hear it here, or you can go there. We're going to try to keep the feed up and running for you guys all day long, and I'll let you guys know when I get back here. I expect to be back here in several hours, but we have, I just want to go and check things out and get out and poke around a little bit and see what's what. So I'll see you soon. And if you guys would like to participate, I will be out in front of Glenn County Police Department tomorrow morning, probably around 9 a.m. You're more than welcome to come and join me if you'd so choose. I'm just going to be setting up camp there, chair, bullhorn. We're just going to go live from there, talk about the case, make our presence be known, and just do whatever we can lawfully. We don't want to, disrupt the law enforcement too much. But we will be probably on the bullhorn talking about the family, talking about the stuff I found, and asking and demanding answers for why the Struthers are receiving special treatment. And the other kids, we haven't even, this is only one family I looked into. Like, there's several other families. Or am I going to find a lot of the same here? I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet. So that's going to be forthcoming. Anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, take this side off, and bring the other side back up. And you guys can stay here. You guys can go. But we'll be running the trial live from this show and this channel. God bless each and every one of you. And I will see you very, very soon. Let me move it back because do you guys want me to remove the, I'm going to remove the chat so you guys can see more of the, how do I move the chat? I think I'm going to remove the chat so you guys can see more of the whatever's going on the screen. All right, I just realized I do have to mute. I have to have that up because otherwise you guys won't be able to hear. So, all right, now we're official. There you go. We want this one. I kind of know how I want these things to go, but I don't know how the layout should be. Let's clear this. We want to lay out this. Yes, and no, we want. There we go. Hold on. Oh, it won't let me do it any bigger than that. I don't want this. All right, guys, just give me a second while I. There we go. This is kind of how I'd like to have it. There we go. I think something like that would probably be good. All right, guys, it will be back on here at 11 o'clock is when the start of this trial goes. That's about an hour and a half. I'm just going to go ahead and roll with it so I don't have to try to set it up again. If it does for any reason fall or it ends, there's not a whole lot I'm going to you. For those, just keep the chat engaged. And if somebody can be on Kick explaining to the people what we're doing. So if they come in there and say, why is this just, 4 blocks on the screen or 3 blocks on the screen, you can explain to them we're waiting for a trial to start. All right, guys, I will be back soon and I will see you in the near future. Love you and God bless. You're going to hear me moving around as I pack up my stuff. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave the old one here, but I am bringing, I'm going to bring my,
One of the parents, the newspaper.
oh, well, I was thinking it was awfully funny that there is a lot of news, outside of Brett's.
That's for the news.
But that's the same thing we dealt with Quentin Simon. News wasn't covering it.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wonder, why is the news not covering this? And I don't like it. It just makes me feel, I don't know how to express it. But it upsets me. Okay, so I do have my phone. I got it on the computer. Do I have my second phone? That's my idea. That's my second phone. There it is. Yeah, I know you guys can hear me. We're not talking about anything. That I got a hot mic because if I don't have a hot mic, guys, then you guys hear when it comes on. So you're going to hear us chatting in here while I get packed up. I'm sorry, there's not a whole lot I can do about it.
Yeah, check.
But it'll give you guys something to listen to besides a whole bunch of nothing.
Is Sonya on?
Sonya
on?
Probably.
Yeah.
It's just on a different-
Sonya, I got to see your bullhorn in person. It's beautiful.
Isn't it? Yeah, I ended up spraying it with some like a sealant.
Yeah.
It was a clear glaze.
Really nice. That's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work. It's beautiful.
Really.
I got the other one in the car. I'm almost like I like this one, but I don't want to use it. I'm only going to use it for certain things because I
Yeah.
don't want to ruin it. I'm trying to convert backpacks too. This one seems a little bit bigger. I got to start using yours for my computer, and I've got it out. And I think that this is the battery pack that's for it.
Oh, I was going to ask because I didn't realize since I looked back into it, I would have got the battery pack.
No, I got the battery pack. I just need to.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So I got it. I just haven't used it yet.
Yeah, she's sales director at News.
I feel like I'm gonna miss something.
Tell you what, a nice ride, just straight 95.
Yeah. We can just take my car. My car has everything in it. I don't mind. It's a little
No, that's
messy.
fine. Okay.
But then I don't have to worry about what did I forget.
Yeah.
You know. It's really beating my butt.
We had like rain all weekend.
Yeah, I saw the rain, but you know, I worked in the rain. That's the
Oh,
reason
yeah?
why I went ahead and came, because I figured if I waited too long, then people would be upset.
I like the hats. I like the denim one.
Yeah, I looked at that. I brought both of
I
them.
tried doing the ticket thing and I can't. I don't know what I forget what the problem is. I tried a couple times.
Oh, let me
The
let me
raffle?
check the raffle, guys. Have you guys been having? Let me pull back over here. Have you guys been having problems with the raffle site?
Every time I do it, says it's not the right password or something.
Huh. Put this over here. Oh, it's not. Why isn't it letting me pull this up? Maybe I just need to.
When I yesterday, they wanted if there was any tickets for.
There we go. All right, there I am. Let me open this. Is anybody else having problems with the tickets? I can't see the chat. Can I remove that stuff? But before I get out of here, let's see. Sean, and I did say thank you for the 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Here's a short video from YouTube regarding memberships. BHB, we can hear you. Yeah. No, Karen's not on YouTube. I mean, she's on YouTube. She watches YouTube, but she doesn't like have a channel or anything like that. But let me look at this. Let me look at my site real quick and see how it's doing. See if we got the raffle started today. It looks like we've already got 10 tickets sold. So whoever has been, we got 4 days remaining. We've already got 10 tickets sold. You can purchase it a 1 entry for $2 or 3 entries for $5. And again, we've already got 10 tickets sold so far. So if you guys would like to go over there, my mods have the link. It's also been posted on the community page. On the community page there. So at any rate, there you go. I can tell you, I don't like, I have to call it there. So we will definitely be back here later. So take care, guys. God bless each and every one of you. Till next time, we will be back. We're going to go back over to the trial now. Again, it's not starting for an hour and a half. You're more than welcome to stick around, hang out with each other, chat about the case, chat about other cases. I will not be monitoring it. I will be in the field. And we may come live while I'm out in the field, even though this live here is still rolling. We may go live out in the field. So be on the lookout for any updates or any new lives that is coming out today. All right, guys, God bless you. And I'm putting this back up. We'll see you soon. Oh, I think I like this at all. See, the problem is I can't turn this off. Just want this one. That's the one. There we go. There we go. Can I still testing? Yep, you guys can still hear me. All right, so now. All right, there you go. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure who to put for like the organize. Almost like when I set it up, it was like I was setting up a thing for me.
Yeah, no, you should be able to sign in and just purchase tickets or take the link. I don't even think you have to set up an account. I'm unsure. I know you got to give your email because that's the only
Yeah, I
way
did
for
that.
you
But
to
who's the
prosecute.
organization's name?
Yeah.
Would it be a YouTube channel name?
Well, it can be that or your name because nobody's going to see it but me.
Yeah, but it says like organization. That's
Oh, I don't think that's a star. I think that's if you are. But I don't
It
think.
seemed like when I did it was I was setting up one for myself.
Yeah.
One
No,
of my daughters showed sugar.
yeah.
I tried doing it yesterday.
I think I got everything. All right. I'm sure I'm not leaving anything. Oh, I am right there. One thing I only care, my tripods and my battery packs. Everything else I could live without. Well, and the phones.
Yeah.
Crap. Make sure I got the hot spot. I don't see it. Oh, there's that thing. I was wondering where. Huh. That's dead. I washed. I put that in the washer. I didn't even realize it was in there.
Get to see your mom yesterday.
So what did I just do with it? It's not to repack this. I'm not losing my mind here. Where did my? I picked it up. I can't find. I literally just grabbed my my hotspot from the window. and I can't find
Oh,
it.
so you know you have it, yeah. Right.
Oh, absolutely. I was running off the hotspot this morning. Literally not
It'll
here.
be in Liz box, so.
Losing. All right, I'm losing my mind.
I hate that, I know. I did it with my glasses on.
Oh, there it is. Right.
Oh, you got it.
Look at that. I stuck it in the Velcro thing. All right, now I know it's at.
Your computer this month, you got any recommendations?
Hmm?
I want to get myself a computer. I've never owned a computer.
Oh,
My
really?
kids have out yet. I've never owned one. I think it's time I get one.
I like the laptops.
Yeah.
My Dell I really liked because it was a 2-in-1. So it's one that bends completely backwards and lays flat, so you can use it as a tablet or a computer or a laptop. Yeah, they're a little more expensive. So the screen's touch screen.
Yeah.
But I really did like that computer, and then it just literally I've had nothing but problems with it since I purchased it. I should have forced Dell to replace it.
Yeah.
Should have forced them to replace it, and they ended up repairing the motherboard like literally a month after I had it.
Yeah.
I should have knew right then it was a dud.
Yeah. I thought you gotta send it back.
But it's just those things, live and learn lessons that you learn through.
I have access to them. I mean, my kids all have them. They're like, I have about 10 of them in the house. But I need my own. I'm always on my phone when I do YouTube and all that stuff.
Just about ready.
Trying to figure this kick stuff out. It's like,
Well, if Kick is as good as that they say it, then I'll probably like that. Honestly, I'm just tired of the nonsense on YouTube. It's
I
like,
think ridiculous. No.
I'm sick and tired of having to sue all these people, but I will. That's really what they want to spend their time and money on, and I'll give them exactly what they want. But it's not something I really want to do, to be honest with you. I have better things to spend my money on
Yeah.
and my time, quite frankly. They won't stop unless you
I
make
don't-
them
yeah, I
stop.
don't
That's the
understand
bad
that.
part. I mean, enough's enough. Everybody's fucking, excuse my language, everybody's fucking tired.
Yeah.
I
know, I
mean,
was
just like
watching-
everybody is over it.
Watching Marissa's live last night, she said I guess she's not gonna fight it. She don't want to go back to it. It surprised me. But
That's what I don't think, I think she'll be back.
yeah.
I really do. But she's got enough support that no matter where she goes, they will always
Yeah.
follow her.
She said she's not doing true crime no more.
Yeah.
But Anita should be there.
Well, I'm gonna need her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need her.
I've been at the committee.
All right, I'm leaving the bullhorn and the reflector jacket here. I don't need them today. Actually, I'll leave my hat here too. I'm not gonna be out in the sun today. Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow's the day. We'll be working. All right, guys. Well, we love you. We'll see you when we get back. Stuff. Maybe I should bring my camera. I am gonna bring my camera. Let me grab some memory cards.
They don't know that little 2-year-old boy, was it Taylor?
Taylor.
They don't know they haven't said how he died yet.
They have not released that information. Honestly, I'm so scared to find out. I won't lie to you. I just that these cases with these young kids, it's
I don't
hard.
see why he had to do that to the kid. I mean, good, neither of
It makes it, well, not only that, but he already killed the mom.
I know.
Why would he need? People are just evil.
Oh, it's not like the kids are tall. They really think he'd get away with it?
Yeah,
He was really tough.
these
He was
people,
bandaged from the elbows down.
trust me,
his
these
hands.
people absolutely here. You can have them now. Thank you for everything. It's something I got from the
That's my pocket.
yeah.
Of course.
I didn't. It came from the yeah, it came from the. I know you go to Walmart. It came from the kids, the St. Joseph's Catholic school.
Oh, the one that you went to?
Yeah, I
Oh,
I just bought a bunch of crap, you know, just to help me. out. It's
Yeah.
not like I really needed crap. Oh, hold on. Shoot, I don't have the key to the room. Hold on.
Oh, that was cheese. That was your coffee.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I got it. Ooh,
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day again as we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. When we took our break on Friday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. That's where we will resume today. Mr. Allen, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Dr. Susan Ignacio.
Dr. Ignacio, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. All right, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Susan Ignacio, SUSANIGNACIO.
Dr. Ignacio, what is your occupation?
I'm an associate medical examiner
Where is that?
at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office in Largo, Florida.
Okay. Can you give the jury your employment history basically as an assistant medical examiner?
I did a year after my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami. I did a year in District 5, that's in Leesburg, Florida. And then after that, I worked at the District 6 Medical Examiner's Office, and it's been approximately 23 years.
23 years as a associate medical examiner?
Yes.
What do you do as an associate medical examiner?
We determine the cause and manner of death by performing autopsies or external examinations of a dead person.
Okay. Do you have specific education that allows you to do that job?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
4 years of med school, 5 years of general pathology, a year and a year of forensic pathology.
What schools did you go to?
I went to med school in the Philippines, and then I did my 5 years of general pathology in Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami, and then a year of forensic pathology in the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office.
Do you also participate in training that allows you to stay current on your job?
Yes.
Tell the jury some of that, please.
Every year we attend meetings, conferences by the National Association of Medical Examiners and the Florida Association of Medical Examiners.
Are you licensed?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
My license?
Yeah. I mean, what state are you licensed?
Oh, I'm licensed in Florida.
How long have you been licensed in Florida?
24 years, I think.
Do you have certifications that you hold as a part of your job?
Yes, we have to take a board exam after after my general pathology residency. I had to take a board exam that's in anatomic pathology. So I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, and then I have to take a board exam after my forensic pathology. So I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Okay. How long have you held that certification?
20 years.
Okay. Quite a long time.
Yes.
How many autopsies have you performed as an associate medical examiner?
At least 6,000.
Have you testified as an expert witness in a court proceeding?
Yes.
Can you give the jury a rough estimate as to how many times you've testified as an expert?
I don't know. It's too many to count.
Can you give the jury an impression of where you've testified as an expert? And what I mean by where is which courts?
Mostly in Florida, or all in Florida, in Miami, Pinellas and Pasco counties. Those are my counties in District 6. I testified in federal court in Tampa, which is Hillsborough County. When I used to work in District 5, there are 5 counties, so I testified in those 5 courthouses. Volusia County, which is Daytona Beach, and Miami-Dade.
Okay, so am I right to understand that you've testified as an expert witness in both federal court and in state court?
Yes.
All in Florida?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to have Dr. Ignacio qualified as an expert witness in forensic pathology.
Defense. Witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Thanks, Your Honor. Dr. Ignacio, I want to have you go back to March of 2020. Were you helping out in Santa Rosa County for any autopsies that they needed at that time?
Yes.
Did you get involved in an autopsy of a young child by the name of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how that happened, how you got involved in that?
We were helping District 1, which is in Pensacola. We were covering that district, so I happened to be working that week there.
And what were the, I guess, the initial information that you got before you performed that autopsy?
I was told that there was a decomposed body of a child found inside a suitcase underneath the highway.
Were you able to see some pictures of that body as it was recovered underneath that bridge?
Yes, I saw the scene photos.
And then the body that was brought to you for the autopsy process, was it the same body that you were able to visually observe in those photographs from the scene under the bridge?
Yes.
What date did you actually perform the autopsy?
On March 18.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibits 144 through 180? First, and Your Honor, can I stand here for just a moment?
Yeah,
that's like these bigger diagrams. I'm showing you what's first been marked as 144. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is 144?
That's my body diagram.
Is this taken directly from your autopsy report?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the overall body diagram that you generated for this autopsy?
Yes.
And then 145 and 146, do you recognize these items?
Yes.
145, what does it appear to be? This is the top one.
Yeah, that's the diagram of the head.
Did you prepare this when you prepared your autopsy report in this case?
Yes.
And then 146, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is 146?
It's the diagram of the top of the head, the skull, and under the chin.
Is it, did you prepare this the same time as you performed or prepared the autopsy report for this case?
Yes.
Are these exhibits 144, 145, and 146 fair and accurate representations of the diagrams you prepared?
Yes.
And at this time, I move for admission of 144, 145, and 146.
Defense?
No objection, Judge.
You will have to submit copies of those for uploading after the case is done, because obviously you can't do those. So, but other than that, 144, 145, and 146 are admitted. Go ahead.
And then, Doctor, while I'm going to set these diagrams up, if you could look through the rest, 147 through 180, I believe it is. Will you flip through those and tell me when you're done looking at those?
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look through all of those, Doctor?
Yes.
What do all of 147 through 180 appear to be?
These are the photographs of the decedent.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw when you performed the autopsy on March 18th of 2020 on the young child Gannon Stout?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move for admission of 147 through 180.
Mr. Cook? Seven.
No objection.
It's 147 through 180 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your
You may.
Honor. So Dr. Ignacio, I've got 147 on the board behind you. And then to help the jury understand what we're looking at here, if you need to reference any of the body diagrams, please just let us know which body diagram that we need to have up on the easel. And then we'll use that to coincide with what we have in the photographs up on the screen. Is that okay?
Okay.
So in People's 147, is that a picture from the scene underneath the bridge of the boy that was eventually identified as Gannon Stout?
Yes.
And is that the same child that you performed the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes.
Okay. You could advance to 148. So we're looking at People's Exhibit 148 now on the screen. Let's just go preliminarily. Are there very apparent signs of decomposition visible in People's Exhibit 148?
Yes.
Can you just describe, so that the jury understands what it is that you are calling that decomposition?
The whole body looks decomposed. It doesn't look like, normal fresh body. You see a brown gray discoloration on the skin. The right hand, you can already see the bones because it's starting to decompose the skin.
Dr. Ignacio, that red handle thing is a pointer. I see that you're pointing with your hand. That may help you, may not. It's up to you.
Okay.
And the tip of that thing pops off just to keep you on your toes, doctor.
So you can see that the right hand, you're already losing some skin there, so the bone's exposed. You're already seeing bone here because the skin's already decomposed and disappeared. Brown discoloration all over.
And then there's black linear lines in the abdomen and chest area, and also on the, I guess would be the left hip there. Are those also signs of decomposition, or what does that appear to be?
Yes, I think it looks like could be from the clothing.
Okay. So clothing can have an effect on a body as it's decomposing as well?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a measurement device there in People's Exhibit 148 as well. Is there a wound apparent in People's Exhibit 148 that you can point out for the jury? And if you need to stand up, you can feel free.
There's a laceration here on the left chest, like this one here. You can't really see it clearly because of the decomposition. The lines are ill-defined. There's a wound here, a wound here. Here. There's another wound up here.
And then as we go through these photos, is it a wide angle shot like this where you can see sort of contextually where a wound might be, and then it zooms in closer in the next photo?
Yes.
All right. When you say a laceration, just so that we're all on the same page.
It's not a laceration, it's a sharp force injury.
Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask you about. A sharp force injury, what does that mean when a person like you, a medical examiner, says that?
It's a wound caused by a sharp object like a knife or a blade.
Okay. And can you tell us, generally speaking, we're going to look at a number of these sort of sharp force injuries. Are these deep injuries, shallow injuries, generally speaking?
It depends. Some could be shallow, superficial, or they can be deep.
And that's as apparent in this particular autopsy as well. Some are deeper than others.
Yes.
Okay. If we could go on to 149. Is 149 a close-up of what we just looked at in 148?
Yes, this is a close-up.
So can you tell us, as we look at that, how we understand that to be a sharp force injury? What about it tells us that?
Looking at the wound here, you can't really tell it clearly, but when it went into the rib, the third rib, you could see that it's a sharp, like clean-cut line because it hit the rib and the space between the two ribs, which is called the intercostal space where there's muscle. So that wound there looks like a knife wound or something that's sharp, caused by something sharp.
Did the decomposition state of this body cause some difficulty in identifying injuries that might have been contributing to what caused the death in this case?
Some of them.
Okay. Now, if we can move on to 150.
This is another sharp force injury. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a sharp force injury because it's got jagged edges from the decomposition. But then you can see the wound inside, that it was just like a linear, straight, clean cut wound.
If we could go on to 151.
And that's a close up.
So let's talk, now that we're seeing this one close up. This looks almost like a hole in the body as opposed to a slit or a slice or maybe even a stab. Tell the jury why that might be for this particular injury and how you can still call this a sharp force injury.
Yes, if you look at the skin here where it was cut, it's clean, it's a straight line. But because of decomposition, there's stretching of the skin and it loses elasticity. So that's why it looks round and not slit-like. Like this one is another wound that looks like a sharp force injury. You can see that it's got sharp tips. That looks like a knife wound.
Okay. If we can move on to 152, I believe the numbering is.
So there's another sharp force injury in the chest, the left chest. And you can see that it's also elongated. That didn't enter the chest cavity, but just hit the muscle, the pectoralis muscle.
Okay, and then 153.
That's a close-up. You can see that it's got a clean line there. Straight edge.
Okay, and then these measuring devices that we see in these photographs, does that help us give an idea as to how long a particular wound might be?
Yes.
Okay. 154.
Showing the sharp force injury that's like right above the clavicle on the left.
One thing I want to have you point out in this particular photo, Dr. Ignacio, is there's a blurred area on this particular photo. Has that been altered?
Yes.
Does that just, if it had been unblurred, would show the victim's face?
Yes.
And is this just to be more sensitive to the victim and potentially the jurors as we're watching this or looking at these?
Yes.
155.
This just shows you a close-up view of the same one that was above the clavicle, left clavicle.
And this one again looks almost roundish. How can you tell and how can we understand this to be a sharp force injury as well?
The edges are clean and straight. It's not jagged. And the wound that was in the muscle was also straight.
Okay. 156.
This one shows you another sharp force injury in the left upper arm that's near the armpit, right there.
And 157.
And this is a close-up view.
So now that we've seen several of these sharp force injuries where they're almost pulled open and in a rounded appearance, is that basically what you testified to earlier, that as the skin is shrinking and pulling away, that it pulls the wound open more than it would have if we were close in time to when these injuries occurred?
Yes.
Okay. 158.
Here's another sharp force injury on the left wrist region.
And this one we can now see must have been taken before the clothing was taken off the body. You can see some of the clothing that the victim was wearing. Is that likely what the person was wearing when they died?
Yes.
How can you tell that?
Because of all the fluids, decomposition fluids, the coloring, the clothing.
We had a crime scene technician from Santa Rosa testify late last week that also testified that there were defects in the clothing indicating that there were these slices or sharp object cuts into the fabric that coincided with the injuries we see on the body. Did you notice that as well?
Yes.
Okay. 159.
159 is a close-up view of the wound on the left upper arm, like near the axilla.
And all of these injuries that we're looking at, are all of those injuries marked on that body diagram that you have up on the easel there,
Yes.
which is 144?
Yes.
We could go to 161. Is that right? 160, my apologies. What are we looking at in 160?
So this is a photograph of the left hand, and there's it kind of covers, the ruler covers it, but there's another cut here. Sharp force injury.
Then moving on to 161.
And this is the right hand, the back of the right hand. And you can see here that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 wounds here. You can see like the edges are clean cut caused by a sharp object.
And we're looking at these in conjunction with the last photo of the arm and then this one here with hands. When we're talking about cuts to the hands in the forearm areas of Gannon Stauch, how would you characterize those types of wounds?
They're consistent with defensive wounds,
Okay.
trying to protect yourself.
Indicating that potentially Gannon was putting his hands up to guard against whatever was happening,
Yes.
and then they get cut in the process of that.
Yes.
Okay. 162, please.
This one shows, excuse me. This one shows the right hand, like the palmar aspect of the right hand, and this is another cut in the middle finger, right middle finger.
163.
The same photo, right there.
Okay, and this is
This is
just
the ring finger.
right.
This is the oh sorry, no sorry, that's the middle finger and the ring finger's right here.
Okay, and then you're just pulling the fingertip back to be able to see that particular cut more towards the, I guess, the pad of the fingertip.
Yes.
164, please.
So we're looking at his back, and there's a sharp force injury on the left upper back, right there.
This sharp force injury to the upper back, was this one of the deeper sharp force injuries that you were able to document that Gannon suffered?
Yes, it fractured the left sixth rib, and it also penetrated the left fifth intercostal space. So that's the space between the fifth and sixth ribs.
Does that then cause, I guess, entry into, I guess, the back side of the chest cavity? Does it go that deep?
Yes, it does enter the chest cavity.
165.
And that's a close-up view of the back injury.
Again, is this a sharp force injury similar to the other sharp force injuries we've been looking at this morning?
Yes.
166.
So there's another sharp force injury here. Another one here.
Would this be essentially the back side of Gannon's left shoulder?
Yes. So this wound ended in the scapula. It hit the bone here, so it just went through the bone, the shoulder blade. And then this one went deeper into the shoulder joint, the left shoulder joint, about 4 inches deep.
4 inches deep, you said?
Yes.
167, please. This is a close-up of that more shallow injury, and then the other deeper one is apparent sort of to the left of that.
Yes.
There appears to be some black fiber there. Can you tell the jury what that is?
It could be from his jacket or t-shirt.
So basically fibers from clothing.
Yes.
Is it common for fibers from clothing to get caught up in wounds when there's these sharp force injuries that travel from outside of clothing, through the clothing, and into the body.
Yes.
168.
This is another view of the top of the shoulder where you can see the injury that went into the shoulder joint.
169.
That's a close-up view. And you know that it's a sharp force injury because it's got clean edges here.
So when you're pointing at those, what you call clean edges, to me, it doesn't necessarily look that way, but I'm not in your shoes with your expertise. Those edges that you're pointing at, is that where the skin would have met before being sliced open?
Yes, this is fat, subcutaneous tissue underneath the skin. So these are the skin edges, but they just like, stretched and separated. But this is where it was cut.
And is this that deeper injury that you mentioned just a moment ago?
Yes.
To the basically the top, maybe backish part of his left shoulder.
It entered the shoulder joint.
Okay. 170.
This one is a blurred photo of another sharp force injury on the left forearm.
The inside of the left forearm.
Yes.
And then this one also has a blurred area sort of in the groin area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that blurred out just for sensitivity's sake?
Yes.
171.
And that's a close-up view. So you can see it's got another sharp edge and you've just got tissue that's coming out from the wound. But that's the cut edge right here.
Yep. And this is on the, what I would describe as inside of the left wrist. Is that right?
Yes.
Or forearm area?
Yes.
172. What are we looking at in 172?
So this is the head and you're looking at the left side. The ear is right here. So there's a cut right in the posterior or the back part of the ear on the scalp.
173.
And a close-up view, the cut.
Let's talk, since we're now seeing for the first time head injuries. Can you tell the jury, just so that we're all clear, do head injuries have a tendency to bleed heavier than other types of injuries that a human can sustain?
Yes, there's a lot of blood vessels in the scalp.
And does that cause more bloodletting, potentially staining of scenes where blood is coming out of a person?
Yes.
174.
We're looking at the right side of the head and we're trying to show, this time it's a laceration. It's not caused by a sharp object. It's caused by a blunt object. So we call them lacerations because it's so hard to see because it's decomposed, but the edges are jagged and underneath the skin, you can still see what they call tissue bridging. That means it wasn't completely cut. Like with a knife, you can completely cut the skin and the subcutaneous tissue, but with blunt trauma, with a blunt object, you may still see some tissue that's not separated yet. So this is a laceration on the right temporal region.
So would this be basically right side of the head towards almost a little bit to the back of the head there?
Yes, the ear is right here, right ear, and then you can see that there's a wound here.
Okay. 175.
And here you can see the wound. And you can see it, but that's the wound right here, and you can see like the edges are not like a knife wound.
So these injuries, as you look at them as the expert in this, the edges are different to you from what we've seen before from the sharp force injuries.
Yes.
And then when we talk about a blunt force injury like this, what kind of things can cause a blunt force injury like these?
Any blunt object like a bat, piece of wood, hammer.
Could even the butt of a gun?
Yes.
176.
So this is another laceration that's on the top of the head.
And when you say laceration, are we again talking about another blunt force injury
Yes.
to the top of Gannon's head?
Yes, and then this is the skull, the bone right here, and there are no fractures.
170, is it 77? 177?
So this is the one we were looking at previously, and then there were other two lacerations on the top of the head.
And again, just so that we're clear, when we say other two lacerations on the top of the head, are those other two also blunt force injuries?
Yes, and you can see that the edges are jagged. It's not like a clean cut. So that's why I called it laceration.
178?
So when we peel the scalp, remember the laceration that was on the right temporal region behind the ear? These are skull fractures right here. And then some of the bone fell, and you can see some brain tissue, decomposed brain. So this is a fracture, 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 fracture.
When we talk about this area of the skull, you use the word temporal. Does that to layperson mean temple area basically extending to the back area?
Yes,
Is that bone thinner than other parts of the skull on the head?
yes, the temporal bone is, but it also involves the other bones.
And so what I'm driving at is, would it take a lot of force to cause these types of fractures through a blunt force strike?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, since we've moved past the sharp force injuries and now we've looked at all of the blunt force injuries in these photographs, how many sharp force injuries did Gannon suffer that you were able to document in your autopsy?
I counted 18.
And then as it relates to the number of blunt force injuries that Gannon suffered, how many did those occur?
4 lacerations.
4 lacerations that coincide with blunt force injury.
Yes.
If we could move on to 179. What are we looking at in 179?
So this is the left side of the face. Here's the ear, head, eye area. This is the jaw, the left side of the jaw, lower jaw. And there's a hole right here.
What caused that hole?
This is due to a gunshot wound.
180.
And this is a close-up gunshot wound.
Is it typical, doctor, when you document a gunshot to try to figure out path the bullet traveled as it entered into a human victim?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe, either using the diagrams or just through words, however you want to do it, can you describe the path that this particular bullet took through Gannon as it entered his body?
I think we should use.
Okay, I'll come over and help.
Oh, it's not really.
Which one do you want? 46, 145, 145. Make it easier on our jury, we also got the shortest easel we could find. So I'm gonna hold this up actually, doctor, if that's okay. That's, well, they won't be able to see it.
Okay. So the entrance gunshot wound was in the left side of the jaw, lower jaw, the mandible. This entered the oral cavity. It hit the cervical, this second and third cervical vertebrae. So it went to the back. It crossed the midline, and I recovered the projectile. It didn't enter the skull, the cranial cavity. So I recovered it on the right side where the muscles are of the neck. So there was a projectile that went from left to right and then front to back.
And then, so when you recovered the projectile, was it still in the, basically the muscle tissue in the back of the head?
Yes.
Okay. So, doctor, you can sit back down if you'd like. When we're talking about the types of injuries that Gannon, that you were able to identify that Gannon had suffered, 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force lacerations, and then 1 gunshot through the chin. Does that indicate to you that there's some progression that these injuries had to occur in?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we mean by that and what it is that you're using to rely on and make that conclusion.
Regarding the sharp force injuries coming first,
Well, do you know which one came first?
I don't really know, but I'm thinking that it's the sharp force injuries because he could still defend himself. And then I don't know which one came first, the gunshot wound or the blunt trauma to the head, which caused fractures of his skull and bleeding in his brain.
So the best that you can tell is that sharp force injuries occurred before gunshot. Is that right?
Yes.
But it's unclear whether blunt force or gunshot, which one of those occurred first.
Yes.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes.
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
Yes.
and then 4 blunt force injuries
Yes.
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that.
Yes.
What were you able to rule as the cause and manner of death for Gannon Stout?
My cause of death was gunshot wound and blunt head trauma of the head.
Were there contributing factors to the cause of death?
Yes. Sharp force injuries.
Those 18 sharp force injuries that we talked about?
Yes.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Is it typical, doctor, that you perform a toxicology test as well
Yes.
when you do an autopsy?
Yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stout?
Yes.
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stout at the time of autopsy?
There were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first. Acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes.
Would that be anything unusual that a child would have potentially residual acetaminophen at the time of autopsy?
If maybe the patient the decedent at that time was having a fever or pain, they would give them acetaminophen or Tylenol.
Would that be common though, in an 11-year-old to find that in a body potentially?
Not, you don't always see that.
Okay. What other things did you find in Gannon's bodily tissues?
He also had hydrocodone in the liver tissue.
All right, so let's talk about hydrocodone. What is hydrocodone?
Hydrocodone is a narcotic analgesic. It's a drug used for pain, and that is also found in cough medications because it's supposed to suppress your cough.
Is hydrocodone a controlled substance?
Yes, you need a prescription for that.
So I can't just go to Walgreens without a prescription and buy hydrocodone?
Yes.
Is it indicated as highly addictive?
Yes, you can be dependent on it.
What are the effects of hydrocodone on a human?
Depending on the dosage, you can initially become drowsy, lightheaded, dizziness, and if you take a higher dose, it could lead to respiratory depression, or you'll have problems breathing, you'll have lethargy, coma, and eventually death.
Was it unusual, in your opinion, to find hydrocodone in a child of 11 years old, like we did here in Gannon's death?
Yes, I found it unusual.
Is that because of all of those issues you just described?
Yes, and if it was for a cough, you would give something that didn't have the narcotic analgesic in it.
Typically, people would not.
Yes, that wouldn't be the first line of choice.
Okay. May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Go ahead, doctor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Ignacio.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook, and I'm a defense attorney in this case. I'm going to ask some follow-up questions. Were you able to tell the blunt head trauma injuries, the three on the top of the head you were discussing? Can you tell the jury if those were post-mortem or pre-mortem?
They were pre-mortem.
Pre-mortem. And by that, you mean before death?
Yes.
Okay. At one point during your investigation, were you kind of unsure whether the blunt force trauma had happened before or after Gannon had died?
No.
Okay. And the injuries that you noted in your report during the autopsy, they would indicate that this was a violent death.
Yes.
Okay. Also, it looked like a lot of the injuries, the blunt force injuries, the sharp force injuries, it looks like it was just a random act, whereas there's no pattern to it. You have injuries to the head, you have injuries to the body, some are deep, some are shallow. It indicates that this was a random attack, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was no pattern to it.
Yes.
With the blood force injuries, were they fatal by themselves?
Yes, they could be.
Okay. And you say the gunshot was fatal in and of itself as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did the bullet from the gunshot, I can't remember what you said, did it enter into the cranial vault?
It did not.
It did not. Okay. And the mechanism for death with the gunshot, it was that it severed the spinal cord or some vertebrae?
Yes.
Okay. And what would have been the mechanism for death with the blood force injuries? Would that have been bleeding or hemorrhaging in the brain? What would that have been?
Yes, there was hemorrhage in the brain.
Okay. When you're doing investigation and autopsies and looking at toxicology reports, did you go back or did your office or did you receive any information about whether Gannon had had a prescription for cough syrup or cough medicine that contained any hydrocodone?
No, I didn't inquire.
Okay. So it is possible that he could have had a medication or a prescription from a doctor to assist with the cough.
It's possible.
And if he had had a prescription for a opiate-based cough syrup or cough medicine, then it would follow that it would show up in his blood or his toxicology results.
Yes.
Could any of the injuries noted have happened? There's evidence that there was a suitcase that he was in. He was, the suitcase was thrown off an overpass of a highway near Pensacola. Is there any way that some of the injuries could have been caused by the impact of the suitcase hitting the ground?
Like which injuries?
The blunt force trauma injuries.
No, they were on the top of the
The
head.
top of the head.
No.
Okay. In a lot of injuries, doctor, you'll see stippling or powder burns on the skin where a bullet or a projectile will enter. Did you note any of that, any of those type of injuries on Mr. Gannon?
I didn't see any stippling, but
Okay.
it's also because of decomposition. I might not be able to see it.
And that was my next question. Would decomposition, even if it had originally been there, would it make that disappear or decay?
Maybe.
Maybe. So what I'm getting at is, were you able to make any type of conclusion as to the distance the gun was from the body when it was discharged?
No.
Okay. Were any of the sharp force injuries, were any of them in and of themselves fatal?
Because of the decomposition, I couldn't really tell. I mean, when I looked at the lungs, because I was thinking it would penetrate the lungs, I didn't see any injuries, but because there was decomposition, it was hard to see. So I couldn't really tell with the injuries that went into the chest cavity.
So I guess all you can say is it's possible. Is it possible that some or one or more of these sharp force injuries were fatal?
Yes, it could be fatal if left unattended.
Okay. And it looks like in your report, you look for organs, you remove some of them, you measure the contents of fluids in different organs and that sort of thing. It looks like in your report, it mentions that you couldn't find a pancreas. Is that because Gannon did not have a pancreas, or because it had just decayed to the point of being able to identify it?
Yes, decomposition.
Composition. So a lot of this stuff, a lot of the organs and whatnot in Gannon, they had decayed to the point where you couldn't identify him anymore.
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical for a body that had the history of exposure to the elements?
Yes.
Just a moment, doctor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook was just asking you some questions about the sharp force injuries. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And couldn't tell whether those could have been fatal on their own or not due to the decomposition.
Yes, but I think I said something I forgot. I couldn't tell, but then you could die from injuries into the chest cavity if left unattended.
Is that why you determined that the sharp force injuries were contributing factors to the death of Gannon Stout?
Yes.
The fact that this body was put into a suitcase and thrown over a bridge, does that indicate to you that this was an attempt to hide this type of evidence, the evidence that we're finding from these injuries?
Jake, if you can lay a little bit of foundation about what expertise you might have in that regard.
Okay.
Let's try that first.
Yeah, sure. So, doctor, when we're talking about investigations into deaths of persons, especially, I guess, in Florida, where there's lots of waterways and that kind of thing, is it common to find bodies that have been disposed of into waterways or bayous or marshy areas in Florida?
Yes, we have had some deaths.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We have had some deaths found in bodies of water.
Is it typical in your expertise to find that a person may have been murdered in one place and then intentionally moved to another place, like a waterway or bayou or marshy area, to make it harder for authorities to find and examine the body?
Yes.
Okay. Was that apparent in this case? That
Yes.
a body had been moved some distance in mileage and then pitched over a bridge into a potentially marshy and watery area?
Yes.
And so, does the fact that that occurred here indicate to you, in your expert opinion, that there was also the attempt to hide this body from authorities so it wouldn't be detected and examined to determine how this person died?
Yes.
Is that an intentional act?
Yes.
You were asked by Mr. Cook about stippling. So let's talk, and so the jury understands what stippling is. Is stippling essentially powder burns on the surface of skin that would be caused by somebody shooting a gun at somebody in close proximity to that skin?
Yes, usually 2 inches to 2 feet from the skin. The gun would be 2 inches to 2 feet from the body. And so you would see the gunpowder leave marks, little pinpoint marks on the skin.
These powder burns, are these expelled out of the barrel of the firearm when it's fired?
Yes.
If somebody put a pillow between the gun and the victim, would that prevent stippling from appearing on skin?
Yes.
Did you, in your autopsy, also include a pillow and x-rays and find 2 bullets inside of that pillow?
Yes.
Mr. Cook started out by asking you about if these sharp force injuries and the blunt force injuries, if these appear to be random acts. And I want to be clear, do you mean that these were just randomly happened to Gannon without somebody intentionally causing these injuries?
Can you repeat?
Yeah. Well, were these random injuries, or did somebody intentionally cause these injuries to Gannon?
It was intentional.
Okay, so when we say the word random, when Mr. Cook was asking you that, you don't mean that these were randomly happening with no rhyme or reason as to who or might be causing these injuries?
Yes, because he said there was no pattern. So I said there's no pattern.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to drive towards. These were intentional acts, as you just testified to. They did, though, target specific areas of Gannon's body, correct? It's not like these were injuries to his lower legs or toes or feet, correct?
Yes.
And so were these targeted towards upper body area, head area, chest area?
Yes.
Does that indicate a person had an intentional desire to cause potentially fatal injuries to Gannon
Yes.
because of where they're targeting?
Yes.
Is it more fatal to cause somebody an injury to their lower leg or to their head?
More to the head.
Okay. And Gannon had lots of injuries to his head, is that right?
Yes.
And all of these injuries, are these all the injuries that you talked about? 18 sharp force injuries, 4 blunt force injuries, and a gunshot wound to the chin that ultimately killed Gannon. Are all these pre-mortem injuries, meaning they happened while Gannon was still alive?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Ignacio? Looks like we have a few. Counsel, retrieve those and approach, please. Um, sorry. Dr. Ignacio, can you determine how long the body has been decomposing? Do you know when the time of death was?
No.
And Dr. Ignacio, during the autopsy, was there evidence of any burns on the arms, burn marks, or bubbling of the skin?
I couldn't see that because of the decomposition.
And how long does Tylenol and hydrocodone stay detectable in the body?
Usually 12 hours after the body would already metabolize the drug and come out in the urine. So that the drug was already there at the time of death.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
So Dr. Ignacio, just so we're clear, when you say 12 hours for those things to metabolize in the body, if it hasn't completely, like the hydrocodone, had not completely metabolized and been expelled by the body, even if it's been an extended period of time, like in this case, you would still detect hydrocodone.
Yes, if you were alive and you would take hydrocodone, after 12 hours, we don't even test for drugs anymore because it's going to be out of the system. But when he died at that time, he had the hydrocodone. It was even able to metabolize because it converted to hydromorphone. So there's some time there, but the drug was still there because he died around that time.
When you say that the hydrocodone had started to metabolize, so that means, does that mean that the body has processed some of that hydrocodone, but not all of it at the time of death?
Yes, maybe before he died and he was attacked.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you. Doctor, when you were talking about the burning or bubbling of the skin, so there could have been burn marks or burn injuries on the arms, but due to decomposition, you would not be able to detect those any longer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get a sample to test for drugs, as in the case with Gannon here, where are you getting the sample from? Or is there still urine that can be captured from the bladder? I know they do that a lot of times in these toxicology tests. Or just tell the jury where you got these samples from.
Since he didn't have any more blood, it was all fluids, body fluids. We couldn't test that, so we take liver. So these levels are from the liver tissue.
Okay. And a lot of times in these types of investigations, you have a blood level and a urine level. And I've heard testimony before that a urine levels, they're not as accurate about time of ingestion and everything, and it's mostly byproducts. Would the samples that you got from the liver, would that be considered a blood level or a urine level test?
It's a liver tissue level.
Liver tissue level, okay. Which would indicate if it was to the liver, there had been some metabolism of the drugs that had already taken place by the body?
Yes, it was recovered in the liver.
Okay. Did you attempt to get samples from anywhere else?
Can't recall. I think
If you have your report, would that refresh your recollection?
We took liver tissue and spleen tissue, but they tested the liver.
Okay. And what is the significance, I'm sorry, of taking samples from the liver versus the spleen?
If we can't take from blood or urine, we take from the liver.
Okay.
So you can see there would be drugs in the liver too, and there might be levels for that. But with this case, because of the decomposition, it's hard to determine the values.
Okay. And I guess I asked a bad question, and I apologize. When you're taking a sample from the spleen, why take it from the spleen as well as the liver?
Because you could also have drugs in the spleen. Blood flows through the spleen.
Okay. And would you expect to have the same results with a liver sample versus a spleen sample, or could there be differences?
It could be different.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
All right. Thank you, doctor. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess at this point in time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. And if we can have everyone back in the jury room at, say, 10:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All rise.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring him in. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, card next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would recall Al Stout.
All right, Mr. Stout, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I will invite you that you're still under oath. Okay.
May I proceed, Your Honor? I don't know if there was something.
You may,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Stout. How are you doing today?
Morning.
When you were previously on the stand, we talked with you about your woodworking. We saw some of the photos in the garage of that woodworking. Did you at one point suffer an injury as a result of your woodworking?
I did, yes, sir.
What was that injury?
I cut off the tip of my right pointer finger,
Your index finger?
my index finger, yes, sir.
When did that occur?
May of 2019, around that time frame.
Did you get any prescription medications to deal with pain from that injury?
I did.
What kind of prescriptions did you get?
I believe I would have, I had a ibuprofen prescription and then some sort of pain medicine, I think hydrocodone of some sort.
Was that hydrocodone, was that a prescription that you got from your doctor?
Yes, sir, directly related to the finger injury.
Where did you typically keep that hydrocodone in the house?
That one I typically, and the ibuprofen I kept next to my bed in my little nightstand type area.
Did you consume all the hydrocodone when you had that prescription?
I did not. I believe I only took 1 or 2 of the pills. I don't take a lot of prescription medicine anyways, and the ibuprofen was enough for me to manage the pain.
Did you ever, did you or anybody else in the family prior to when Gannon went missing, would you ever give these hydrocodone pills to any of the kids in the family?
No, they were hidden in the drawer in that nightstand area, so only myself and possibly the defendant knew where they were.
Would you have ever given those to Gannon?
No, sir.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Do the jurors have any questions regarding that part of Mr. Stout's testimony? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
So we're just checking in the hallway to see if she's out here yet. That's okay. Turn the camera back on now. At this time, we would call Special Agent Andrew Cohen.
All right. Agent Cohen, if you would step forward and raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Mr. Cohen. How are you doing today?
Good morning, I'm fine. How are you?
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Andrew Cohen, Cohen. I'm a special agent for the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
What are your duties with the FBI?
I'm assigned to a violent crime task force. I primarily investigate criminal enterprises, complex narcotics investigations, fugitive work, and other violations of federal law.
At some point, did you get involved with the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
I did.
What was your role and how did you get involved in that investigation?
I was requested to assist the El Paso County Sheriff's Office shortly after Gannon was reported missing. My role at the FBI was the lead case agent for the FBI. So information that we obtained from search warrants or interviews or other data would be compiled and would eventually all come through me.
The fact that the investigation spanned from Colorado through to Florida and then South Carolina, did having the FBI on board assist with that investigation and just the spread of the investigation?
It certainly did. The FBI has a lot of resources nationwide, and it's sometimes a little less complex for the FBI to arrange resources in other states than, say, it would be for the El Paso County Sheriff's Office locally.
When you said that you were the lead agent, what does that mean for the FBI to have a lead agent on the case?
I was assigned the responsibilities of that case, of maintaining the case file and of making the investigative decisions at the FBI.
Are you also serving as an advisory witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Is that why you're sitting sort of behind us during testimony here?
That's correct.
Is it probable that you'll testify more than one time?
I think that's up to you.
Yes, it is. So, Agent Cohen, in your work as an FBI agent, is it typical for you to get involved in wiretaps?
I've been involved in several wiretap investigations throughout my career.
What does it mean to have a wiretap?
A wiretap, common language, is actually the interception of oral or electronic or wire communication. In essence, we're able to listen to phone calls or to view text messages as they're sent.
Tell the jury what the process is to gain access to listening to those types of things.
A wiretap is considered a very intrusive investigative method. It's not something that you can just do on any investigation or even at the start of any investigation. Quite frankly, it's the most intrusive technique law enforcement has, where we're listening to somebody's phone call in the scenario where you would think you'd have the highest expectation of privacy, talking on your phone in your own private setting. And not only are we receiving the communications of the person whose phone we've installed the wiretap on, but we're also intercepting communications of other people that would be in contact with that person. So in order to get a wiretap, it's a pretty lengthy process. We have to show to the court that there has been an exhaustion of all other techniques that could be used in investigation, and that other techniques wouldn't be effective. So in this particular investigation, we had done multiple search warrants. We had done GPS trackers on cars. We had done location on cell phones. We had done physical surveillance. We had conducted interviews. And we have to demonstrate not only to the court that this is a necessary technique and that it would be reasonable that we would collect evidence, but we also have to show that all that other stuff would no longer be effective in the investigation.
What would happen if you've got the wiretap set up, you've got the approval of the judge, and you start to hear something that is outside the scope of the investigation? What would somebody listening to the wiretap do?
Well, earlier I told you that the privacy of individuals is so important. And if we were listening to a wiretap, we have a set of instructions called minimization instructions that come with every wiretap. And part of those instructions, it tells investigators
a certain set of rules that if we were to listen to things that weren't relevant to the investigation, that we can't really do that. We'd have to pause the listening for a certain period of time, and then we could pick it back up. Say it could be 30 seconds or a minute, but we'd pause that and then pick back up to see how the conversation was progressing.
Does that protect the information that you're gathering so that it's really only case-specific information as opposed to extraneous or other private information that might be discussed in other types of phone calls?
That's correct.
Was a wiretap method used in this particular investigation?
Yes, it was.
During the process of you being involved in obtaining wiretap authorization from a court, in your knowledge of the case, was it apparent that this particular defendant was switching the way that the person was communicating, meaning phone numbers or devices, that type of thing?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, the defendant in this case had her original phone seized by law enforcement shortly after she reported Gannon to be missing. After that, she decided she was going to leave the state of Colorado, and she purchased a new phone at a Walmart with a different area code under a name of a person who may or may not really exist. It certainly wasn't her.
Was that purchase made in Trinidad, Colorado?
Yes, it was.
And then do you know this because of listening in on the wiretaps and seeing what numbers are being used, but also because of another investigative method that was being used in this case as well?
We had other investigative methods being used too. We had done search warrants for financial records for the defendant, and we found that one of those financial records was a purchase at a Walmart in Trinidad. Some further investigation led us to the purchase of that telephone.
And then we had Mr. Stout on the stand the first day of testimony in this case, and we listened to some recorded phone calls, which I think we've articulated as pretextual phone calls. Is that another method that you were able to obtain that information that the defendant was using other phone numbers beyond the first phone that was seized by law enforcement?
Yes, it was. One of the common things that I've seen in my training experience as an FBI agent is that people who are involved in criminal activity oftentimes will change phone numbers or will download Wi-Fi only calling applications that allow them to have different phone numbers frequently, and it's mainly to avoid the detection of law enforcement.
Is that an intentional act by somebody that is being investigated?
Those applications don't self-install on a phone. Cell phones don't just show up in your car. So yes, those are all very intentional acts.
Okay. And then as you're doing these wiretap investigations or methods, are those phone calls actually recorded so you can listen to them later?
Yes, they are.
Is that what occurred in this case, that wiretap conversations were recorded that captured the defendant's voice?
They were.
Did you have actual physical contact with this particular defendant?
Yes, I did.
Were you familiar with her voice?
Yes, I was.
The person that you had physical contact with and you know as the defendant, is she present in the courtroom today?
She certainly is.
Will you identify her by where she is sitting and what she is wearing?
She's seated at the defense table. She's wearing a pink shirt and has long dark hair, and currently has her hand on her chin.
Your Honor, that's that the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
And how did you become familiar with the defendant's voice?
Through several aspects. I had reviewed body cam footage from when deputies originally responded to the defendant's home. I had listened to other phone calls she was involved in. I saw the defendant give interviews on the news, and ultimately I was present for her arrest.
And the pretextual phone calls that you were participating in, and then these wiretap phone calls that you were able to intercept, are all of those voices that are caught in these recordings the defendant's voice?
Yes, they are.
I may approach with 688, 689, 690, and 691.
You may.
Special Agent Cullen, I've got in my hands People Exhibit 688, Say disk, do you recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this disk and I initialed the disk.
What does the disk contain?
This contains wiretap calls, recorded wiretap calls.
Does it indicate a time and date of this particular call?
This particular call is February 18th, 2020 at 10:14 in the morning.
The file that this disk contains, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
As it relates to 689, do you recognize this disk?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disk.
And what does this disk contain?
This contains a recorded phone call from the wiretap on February 18th, 2020 at 10:19 in the morning.
Is this file on this disk, is a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 690, do you recognize this disk?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disk.
And what does this disk contain?
This contains a recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 11:16 in the morning.
Does this file on this disk, is it a fair and accurate representation of that particular phone call?
Yes, it is.
And then looking at 691, do you recognize this disk?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I've also initialed this disk.
What does this disk contain?
A recorded wiretap call on February 18th, 2020 at 2:47 in the afternoon.
Does it actually say 1447?
It does.
And that's 2:47 p.m.
Correct.
Is this file on this disk, is a fair and accurate representation of that particular call?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 688, 689, 690, and 691.
Mr. Delaney?
Your Honor, subject to the section I had in the prior hearing.
Council approach, please. All right, subject to the objection, the exhibits 688, 89, 90, and 91 are admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish starting with 688, Judge.
You may.
And how can I help?
Yes, I didn't get any confirmation about my test I paid for.
And so just for reference sake, before we get too deep into the phone call, sounds like there's two voices.
That's correct.
Do you recognize one of the voices?
I do.
Is it the female voice?
Yes,
And whose voice is that?
that's the defendant's voice.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, can I have your name, please? I can check if we've got the order here.
Yes. Keisha, your last name is Stout, Staugh.
Okay, give me one moment, please. Let me have a little look. Okay, yeah, I can see that we've received that, and we have actually sent the test. Have you not received that yet?
Have what now?
We have already sent the results to your email account.
I don't have them.
Okay. Okay, let me try resending that, and if you don't receive it, give us a call back.
Okay, I thank you.
Thank you, now. Bye-bye.
So Special Agent Cohen, the phone number that, at the very beginning, let me back up. There, you can hear ring. Does that indicate that this is a phone call that was initiated by the defendant to a particular place?
That's correct.
Were you able to investigate and determine who it was that she was calling?
I was.
What was the phone number that she was calling? I can lay some foundation, Judge. When a wiretap is obtained, does it record both the outgoing and receiving phone numbers?
As part of the overall wiretap in this investigation, we also installed something called a pen register trap and trace device. That particular device will record both the outgoing or incoming phone number from the subject telephone.
And so does that mean that the receiving phone, the person that is being dialed or a place that the originator is dialing would be caught in this trap and trace?
That's correct. It's identified as either an outgoing or incoming phone call, and we have the telephone numbers on both ends of that conversation.
And then were you able to look up that particular phone number that was dialed for this call and see it being associated with a particular web page?
Yes, I was.
What web page was that?
Fakepolygraph.com.
Okay. And is that what all of these phone calls are in relation to, is calls originated by the defendant to a purportedly fakepolygraph.com webpage?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's jump into 689 and permission to publish 689, Judge.
You may go ahead.
May I help? Hi, yes, I was just talking to you. Is there a way you confirm where you sent those? Because I still didn't get them.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get that resent for you. So if you wait for the next sort of 10, 15 minutes and let me know if you haven't received it by then.
I'm saying, can you check the email? Because I just want to make sure.
Okay, yeah, give me a moment. Spelled TECIALYNN2006 @yahoo.com.
Okay. Okay, cool. So you said like 10 to 15 minutes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
In that particular phone call, did it sound like there was an email address that was confirmed to the defendant?
Yes.
What was that email address?
It was Tisha Lynn at 2000. I can't remember the exact address, but it was an address that we knew to be associated to the defendant.
Okay, and that's what sounds like an English speaking person relayed, and then the defendant acknowledged that as being the correct email address.
That's correct.
Okay, and then 690, permission to publish, or?
You may go ahead.
Hello, how can I help?
Hi, yes, I'm calling again. I still didn't get that email.
Okay, can I ask your name, please?
It's last name Stalk.
Ah, right, yes, perfect. I can see here.
It's about 10, 15 minutes, and you said it again. I still don't have it.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, it's actually been blocked by management, this order, due to the contents of the questions, so we're not going to be able to send this report.
Okay, so do I get my money?
Unfortunately, not on this case, no. Obviously, due to our terms and conditions, it does clearly state that any sort of illegal activities or anything like that, obviously the management do reserve the right not to send the report. Obviously, we do incur processing fees, that's why a refund wouldn't be due.
Okay, what do you do now? Just delete it and go on about why I some money?
Yes, we would do indeed.
I got you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
In that particular call, is it essentially being communicated that a polygraph result is not going to be provided because it's associated with illegal activity?
Misleading and further
Sustained on second grounds, jury can make their own determination.
Okay. And then permission to publish 691.
You may go ahead.
Hi, how can I help?
I didn't hang up.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can hear you now. How can I help you?
Okay. I talked to you earlier and you said that the request I did was blocked or something, but I looked on the terms and conditions and it says you can say things about like infidelity and stuff like that. So I'm not sure how that was blocked.
So that again, sorry, that you can or can't.
No, okay, so I did a report earlier and you said you would send it to me, then when I called back you said it was blocked, that I wasn't allowed to get the report, but then I clicked the terms and conditions and it says you can do questions about infidelity and stuff like that.
Yes, infidelity you can, correct.
Okay, and that's what I did.
Your report was about infidelity, was it?
What did you say?
So you're saying your report was about infidelity?
Yeah, like I put questions in for it and you had to like answers and you said something about it being blocked.
Yes, what were your questions?
So it was about during the time that we were away inside of in another state that I talked to, and I gave the person's individual's name, Ortega. That was one of them. Then it said, "Are your eyes blue?" And I did a couple of the questions that were on the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, not sure in that case. Unfortunately, that's not what came through. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happened there then.
Because I read that you can do this. Yeah, it says on there that you can do that.
Yeah, you would be able to about infidelity, but the questions that were submitted for your order were not to do with infidelity.
Yeah, I didn't submit questions that were not to do with infidelity.
Okay. All right. See, well, I'll have to look into that then in that case.
Do you want me just to write you the questions down?
No, it's okay. I'll just need to have a look into this then to see what can be done.
Okay.
Just remind me again, what was the name on the report?
It was Stauch, Stauch.
Uh-huh. And that's your surname, is it? Your last name?
Yes.
Okay. And first name is?
Isa.
Okay. And how do I spell that?
It's Tecia.
Tecia.
Yes.
Uh-huh. Okay. All righty. Well, let me have a look into that and I can come back to you.
Okay. Thank you.
What's the best number to get you on?
843. 798. 1700.
Okay. Right. Thanks a lot now. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Special Agent Cohen, these phone calls are from February 18th, as you've testified. Were you aware also at this same time that that's when these pretext calls were being recorded involving Al Stauch and the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Were there phone calls during that time with those pretext calls in which the defendant was talking about getting a polygraph examination?
Yes, she was.
What was she trying to convince the listener, I guess Al Stauch, of during those conversations?
Objection, speculation is
Sustained. I think you can rephrase and refer back to the conversation, but I think it's up to the jury to make a determination about what the defendant's state of mind was during the conversation.
Sure. I understand, Judge. What was she saying to Al as it relates to the polygraph?
She was saying that she had passed a polygraph test and she was continuing to report her innocence and that she had nothing to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Passed a polygraph as it relates to what?
Whether she had anything to do with Gannon's disappearance.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Delaney.
I don't have any questions for Agent Coleman.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Agent Coleman? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We would call Christina Cervantes.
Last name again?
Cervantes.
Cervantes.
Yep, it's spelled Cervantez. I believe.
I need to write faster, don't I? Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Christina Cervantes, Chrisristina. Last name Cer, V as in Victor, A-N as in Nora, T as in Tom, E as in Edward, Z as in zebra.
Do you need a glass of water?
Yes, please.
There's a water pitcher there.
Be careful when you unscrew the lid because it comes out fast when you do that.
You have to turn it just a quarter turn roughly, I think. It happens to all of us. Don't worry about it. What is your current occupation?
My current occupation is Crime Lab Specialist with the Texas Department of Public Safety in Texas.
Did you used to work for the sheriff's office here in El Paso County?
Correct.
What was your occupation with this sheriff's office?
Evidence technician.
What were your duties associated with being an evidence technician?
My duties were to intake evidence as it was collected from the scenes, from the officers as well. We also responded to calls when we had evidence to collect from those scenes. We also received phone calls from the public in reference to getting their property back.
And what were your dates of employment with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
I was employed with El Paso County Sheriff's Office from 2015, and I believe that was August of 2015 to January of 2022.
Okay. Were you working in January, February timeframe of 2020 for the Sheriff's Office?
That is correct.
In that same evidence technician role?
Correct.
You mentioned that sometimes you would get calls from people in the public. What were those calls typically in relation to?
Typically, they were the public wanting their property back. Anytime we had evidence collected, the person would call oftentimes and ask for their property to be returned to them.
Would that happen fairly regularly?
Yes, sir.
And when they're asking for property to be released back to them, is this property that might be held for either a criminal investigation or even a civil matter?
That is correct.
What would be the, I guess, the protocol on a civil matter if there's some property that's held by the sheriff's office and it's a civil issue?
So if it's property that is held within a civil matter, usually we would have to get authorizations from the detectives in charge, letting us know what we could release, what we couldn't. Oftentimes, if there was an authorization from the court stating, hey, you can release this, it usually was signed by a judge, we could release it that way as well. But we always have to have that authorization in place before we could release it.
What was the protocol in place as it relates to any evidence or property that's held on a criminal matter?
On a criminal matter, usually until the case was completed and we got the proper authorizations, till those were received, we could not release it until that time.
Okay. As it relates to this time frame, do you remember working on February 12th, 2020? And I know this is over 3 years away, but do you remember working at that time at the sheriff's office as an evidence tech?
Yes.
Do you remember getting phone calls as it relates to the Gannon Stout / Letitia Stout investigation?
Yes.
What were the nature of those phone calls that you were receiving in the evidence area for the sheriff's office?
So the nature of the phone calls could range from callers calling in saying they would like certain items of evidence back. From what I can recall, on several occasions, I had received phone calls in reference to property belonging to Mrs. Stout.
Okay, so just so that we're all understanding, did you receive some calls in which the caller identified themselves as Letitia Stout?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So had you had a chance to hear Letitia Stout's voice prior to these phone calls coming in?
At one point, I did. I do recall her coming into the lobby area at one point.
Okay, so what do you remember about that particular occasion?
I just remember her coming in and asking for her property back. And at that time, I told her I did need to get in contact with the lead investigator to make sure it was something that we could, in fact, release to her.
Okay, so you had a direct person-to-person interaction with her?
That is correct.
Did you hear her voice during that interaction?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Will you identify her for the jury, pointing to where she's sitting, and describe her clothing?
She is wearing a pink sweater, dark hair, long dark hair.
Your Honor, ask that the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record also reflect. Go ahead.
And then did you get phone calls after that interaction with that same voice from the defendant?
Yes.
In a particular phone call, did you get a phone call from that defendant where she purported to be somebody different?
From what I can recall, yes.
Do you remember who it was that she was purporting to be at that time?
At that time, when I first got that call, the voice, it sounded like her, but claiming to be her daughter.
Okay. And when we were using the word her there, you mean her, the defendant?
Correct.
The voice sounded like the defendant, but was claiming to be her daughter?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 280?
Okay.
Showing you what's marked as People's Exhibit 280. Is this a recording of that phone call that occurred on February 12th, 2020?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that phone call?
Yes.
Move for admission of People's Exhibit 280. Commissioner Board.
On the exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
So somebody called and they identified themselves as Harley Hunt.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken in person to Ms. Hunt?
Before?
Yes, before the phone call.
Yes. If what I can recall from 3 years ago, I remember her coming into the lobby area.
Miss Stout or her daughter?
Mrs. Stout.
Okay. Had you ever spoken to her daughter in person?
No.
So you don't have a foundation as what her daughter's voice sounded like
No.
and how much her daughter's voice may sound like hers.
No, sir.
I'd object to the foundation.
Overruled. I think it goes to weight, not admissibility. You
So-
go ahead and publish.
Okay, so I had moved for admit, and I think you just need to formally admit it into evidence, Judge.
Exhibit 280 will be admitted.
Okay, and then permission to publish this particular recording.
You may go ahead.
Office evidence, this is Chris. Yes, I was
The first voice that we hear, is that your voice?
Correct.
And then that second voice, whose voice is that? Based on your knowledge,
Based on my knowledge, Mrs. Stocks.
the defendant.
Correct.
Okay.
earlier. I think you might have been busy or something, so I waited to call back for a little bit. It's all right. What time did you call? I just called you like maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and you said, hold on. No, that wasn't there. There's four of us working here, so that wasn't me. Yeah, I was like, oh, I don't look at it. You were busy. Okay, so I'm trying to find out about some contents of mine that was in a car. So, my book bag, which had a lot of my social security card, birth certificates, and stuff, that was in a car that's still impounded. And I just want to know, they gave me the purse one day out of it, but how can I get a book bag? And I need my MacBook for school. Your MacBook, okay. What is your name? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. And do you have a case number so I can look it up? Let's see this. I have this paper. It says agency number. Is that it, or I have a VIN number? It should be agency. Agency number. All right, 2020 dash 1382. All right. Let's go look here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you. You said it's a book bag? There's a black and white book bag that was in the back seat of the white Jetta. And it has like my passport, my social, my birth certificate, my dog paperwork, my MacBook. Yeah, there's a one blue bag and a MacBook in it. And then there was a black and white book bag, and there was like my diamond rings are in it. And then there's pink holder that has like my birth certificate and all that. Okay. Like I understand they might still be holding the car, but like I can't like even like work or anything without having a passport because I'm a flight attendant and. Okay. And you said your name was Carly Hunt, is that correct? Harley Hunt. Harley Hunt. Okay, Harley. Well, I can tell you right now, everything on this case is evidence. So because it's evidence, I cannot release it back to you without written authorization from the basically higher authority. They have not given us any written authorizations to release. So unfortunately, what you may want to do is contact the detective on this case. Have you been in contact with anybody? Yeah. All right. Well, let me go ahead and get the lead detective's number for you, and you can call them in reference to this. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on just 1 second. Yeah. Okay, Harley? Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be Detective Bethel. Okay. And her desk number is going to be 520 72 91. Okay, thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a good day.
Ms. Cervantes, did it seem odd to you also the comment about it being a flight attendant?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Yeah, did it seem odd to you when the caller requesting the information back, I guess, relayed to you that they were a flight attendant?
Yes.
Overruled.
What was odd about that?
Just the fact that her daughter being young, the age, I found it odd to be that age and a flight attendant.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Cervantes? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Detective Michael Bauman.
Detective, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Detective. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
Good morning. My name is Michael Bauman, Bauman.
Detective, who are you employed by?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I'm a digital forensics detective.
What are your duties associated with that position?
Basically, my job is to find and preserve data that may be evidentiary of nature on electronic devices.
What kind of electronic devices do you typically work with?
Computers, cell phones, DVRs, things like that.
And then is there a particular device that helps you get data off of these other electronic data points?
Yes, sir. We have a number of devices that we use. For instance, with computers, we use a software and hardware combination called Celebrite. We also use something called Gray Key, which is for extracting data from phones. For computers, we use Axiom and kind of beefed up computer workstations.
Tell the jury what Celebrite is. You mentioned it.
Celebrite is basically a combination of hardware and software. It is it's a little device that plugs into the USB on your computer, and then you can plug phones into that and so forth and extract data from the phones. And then Celebrite has a second function, which it actually goes through that data and turns it into something that's readable and sortable and so forth.
Do you have particular training that allows you to use that particular, is it a device or what is it?
It's a device, it's a combination of hardware and software.
Do you have training that allows you to use that?
Yes, sir.
What does that training consist of?
Well, I have 3 different certifications with Celebrite, and basically 3 levels. The highest level is Celebrite Advanced Smartphone Analysis. It's just basically each one was the first 2 together were a week long, and the CASA, the smartphone analysis one, was also a week long. That specifically dealt with using that tool. Basically, it's a hands-on program that you go and county spends a lot of money, and I sit there and learn how to use the machine, basically, and get an idea of what it's doing. So,
tell the jury about what the process would be like if I handed you a phone to use with this device. What process would you go through to obtain the data from that phone?
So effectively, if we know, for instance, if we know the passcode, we'll use that as an example. We'll take that phone. We will, you set the phone up by enabling developer options and things like that. If it's Android, if it's iPhone, it's different. If it's iPhone, you just tell it to stay awake, basically. Then you plug the phone into the Celebrite UFED device, which is the little thing I talked about that you plug into your computer. And then you go through the steps on the screen that allows the phone, and you're interacting with the phone and the computer to set up permissions so that you can download data off the phone.
So basically selecting what data you want to extract from that phone?
Well, I mean, yes, what you're really doing is setting up the computer and the phone so that they can talk to each other. Generally, we do, I don't want to go too deep in the nerd world for you, but we use an application programming interface, Celebrite, which is kind of like a translator. It allows Celebrite to speak to computer, right? And so, iOS is talking to Windows at that point, so that it can say, okay, this is the data that you can pull off of the phone. And so that's kind of how that works. And so then it pulls the data off the phone. We then use the physical analyzer software to parse through that data and find the files that are in there.
What kind of things do you typically extract from a person's cell phone?
It depends on the phone, but oftentimes we extract pictures, text messages, instant messages, internet search histories, activity data, locations, all those types of things.
What do you do with that information when you extract it? You put it on a disk?
Yes, sir. We'll take that information, run it through a physical analyzer, and then we'll take and create what we call a Celebrite report. And that Celebrite report is basically a standalone piece of software that puts all that data into something that you can categorize and search and let me look at these time frames, or let me search for these keywords in the extraction of the data we were able to pull.
Is it typical that you obtain these phones that you use this device on comes from some other detective that's involved in an investigation?
Yes, sir, generally.
Will that detective generally give you some guidance as to what they might want off of that phone if you can obtain it?
Sometimes, frankly, again, I don't want to go too deep in the weeds but Celebrite's able to parse about 400 out of 4 million applications. That was a couple of years old, those numbers. So I generally try to pull as much as I can, and then I allow the detective to take and based on the scope of their warrant or their waiver, they go through that data and find out what's pertinent to their case, since I don't know the case like they do.
Okay, so you're kind of leading into the next area that I wanted to go into. Once you put this stuff into a Celebrite report, as you described, put it onto a disk, does that then make it accessible to other detectives in the investigation to use for whatever investigative purpose they may or may not have?
Yes, sir. So once we've done that, we'll turn that over to whatever team is going to examine the device, and they'll go through and say, okay, we need to find all the messages that may contain the word John. So they'll go through and search for those things, or whatever might be the case in their actual investigation.
Would they do that separate from working in hand in hand with you? They would do it on their own?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Are there other people with the sheriff's office that have training in being able to use the Celebrite device to obtain data off of phones or other devices?
Well, through attrition, no. Currently, I'm the only digital forensics detective with those certifications, or at least with current certifications.
Okay. Let's go back in time to January, February timeframe of 2020. Were you working at the sheriff's office back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Gannon Stout?
Yes, sir.
What was your role in that investigation?
Again, basically what we just talked about. I was the digital forensics investigator dealing with DVR, computers, phones, etc.
Did you have an occasion to use Celebrite on 2 separate devices in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
When you get a device, like in this particular investigation that we're talking about, do you necessarily know who that particular device belongs to?
No.
So what information do you pay attention to make sure that the data that you extract from a device is assigned to that particular cell phone or whatever it might be?
Well, primarily, the first thing we do is try to keep things separated, but I generally try to look at like IMEIs, the identifying numbers in the phone, That's generally how I try to identify which phone goes with which extraction, things like that.
When you said that kind of quickly, the court reporter looked at you. Did you say IMEI?
Yes, ma'am. IMEI.
Okay.
Sorry.
So is that a unique identifier that's assigned to cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about, did you have a chance to look at a rose gold iPhone 8 in this case?
Yes, sir.
And may I approach with People's Exhibit 222?
You may.
If you could just look over People's Exhibit 222, and when you're done looking it over, will you let me know?
I'm done.
Okay. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 222?
I do, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is actually a Blu-ray disc containing a Celebrite of, I annotated it as Tisha's iPhone.
Okay. And when you do the Celebrite download, do you get the IMEI number? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to obtain phone number associated with a particular phone when you do the Celebrite?
Depends.
Okay.
At times we'll do an extraction with it just depends on the extraction.
Okay. Do you remember for this particular one, if you're able to get the phone number in the report for this particular iPhone?
I don't recall. I can look at my report and see if that refreshes my memory.
Would that refresh your memory to look at your report?
Yes, sir.
Or may he refresh his memory with his report?
You may go ahead.
Thank you.
Do you have it up there with you?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so that the record's clear, you're asking for the phone number that's identified with this Celebrite extraction, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Excuse me just a second here while I pull out my Papa glasses. Yes, sir. I believe I have that here.
Okay. What was the number associated with that particular iPhone?
843-655-740.
Okay. 843-655-7460. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. When you do an examination on a phone with this Celebrite process, do you examine the phone for any physical damage?
Yes, sir. Generally, I'll look at the phone and see if the screen is cracked. I'll try to annotate those things in the report.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, there's multiple purposes. One is we want to make sure that the device functions, so we're able to actually manipulate it to do the download. The other thing is we also want to make sure that we're showing the state of the phone when we receive it, so that down the road we can show that the phone's still in that same condition, that we didn't damage the phone or something.
Okay. Did this particular phone have any physical damage or defects?
Do you mind if I look at my report?
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
May you refresh his memory with his report, Your Honor?
You may go.
Thank you. I noted in the report that I observed no major defects on the device.
Okay. And then did you, in fact, perform a Celebrite extraction of that particular phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that extraction on People's Exhibit 222 that's in the envelope in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 222.
Defense?
Subject to objection raised in prior hearing.
Right. The objection's overruled. The exhibit
222.
2 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach with 224?
You may go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Swap you out.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look over People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
What does it purport to be?
This is again a Blu-ray disc with a Celebrite of item number 671, which was an iPhone.
And when you examined this particular iPhone, did you have any contextual information about who this iPhone belonged to, where it came from, anything like that?
I don't recall. Actually, I may have heard that this was Tisha's other phone. I don't recall.
Okay. Was this by chance a phone that was seized in South Carolina from the defendant?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember, were you able to get the same kind of identifying information, IMEI, like you mentioned earlier, on this phone?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you were able to get a phone number associated with this particular phone?
I believe we were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember off the top of your head what that phone number might have been?
I would have to refer to the report.
Would that refresh your memory if it's in there?
It would.
Okay. May he refresh his memory, Your Honor.
May, go ahead.
Thank you.
Getting your glasses out again?
Yeah, either that or you'll have to hold it so I can see it further away like that. Sorry.
Your arms aren't quite long enough anymore?
No, sir, they've gotten shorter, I think. Let's see. Okay. The phone number associated with this phone is 843-798-1700-1700.
Did you do a physical examination of this phone as well to look for any damage or defects?
I believe so.
Do you believe so, or you did, or didn't?
Yeah, I did. That was in
Okay.
there, yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what the results were, we'll say that.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at your
would.
report? May he refresh his memory.
Thank you, appreciate it. Actually, it looks like I didn't actually note on this one that any damage, which would indicate to me there probably wasn't any damage, but I didn't actually specifically note in the report.
That's fine. Just so that we're very clear, though, did you say was or was not any damage?
I'm assuming there wasn't. I think I would have noted it if there was. However,
Okay.
I didn't specifically note it.
Okay. And then did you actually go ahead and perform the Cellebrite extraction on that particular device as well?
Yes, sir.
Similar to the last device that we just talked about, did you place that on the disk, and that's what's in People's Exhibit 224?
Yes, sir.
All right, move for admission of People's 224.
That's same objection. Overruled. Exhibit 224 will be admitted.
Okay. For these particular two devices, did you do anything beyond extracting and putting them on disk and admitting into evidence?
There were a team of us that kind of looked through things. I don't recall that there was anything specifically that I did that somebody else didn't do as well that wouldn't have been annotated by them.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Polini.
Detective, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Sorry. So just so I understand, if somebody gives you a phone, then you hook it up to the Cellebrite, and the Cellebrite basically takes everything off of it can, and that's put in a disk for the detective then to go through.
Effectively, there's kind of an intermediate step where we use that other software. There's the UFED software, which actually pulls the information, and then the physical analyzer software is a second piece of software that actually goes through that information and turns it into something that people can read. And then I create the report from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as like the information that is being taken from the cell phone by Cellebrite, that's not contained by any dates or any other parameters. That would be up to the detective who does the search,
Correct, because Cellebrite doesn't, it would be kind of like if you had a self-driving car and you only taught it to recognize stop signs. You wouldn't want to trust that car to drive you around town because it doesn't know the rest of it, right?
Sure.
And so Cellebrite knows 400 out of 4 million applications that it knows how to sort through. So we pull as much as we can so that we have the ability, if we need to manually sort through the other things, if that makes any sense.
So, I mean, the Cellebrite will basically pull years and years. If I've had a cell phone for 5 years, it would literally, it possibly pull 5 years worth of text messages.
Maybe more. If you had pulled that information, if you had pulled information from another device over to your phone at some point, you'd say you're all the way back to whenever Android started. So, so yeah, that's how that would work. So,
Okay, thanks, Detective.
absolutely.
Reader. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Bell? All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you very much.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Sergeant Kurt Smith.
Sergeant Smith, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear from the testimony about to give this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
You all situated?
Yes, sir.
Good. Good afternoon, or good morning, I should say. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Kurt Smith, Kurtsmith, and I'm a sergeant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
What are your current assignment? What is your current assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently the sergeant of the Major Crimes Unit.
What are your duties associated with that assignment?
We investigate homicides, officer-involved shootings, kidnappings, major felonies. I currently oversee 7 detectives who lead those investigations.
So that jumps into what I was going to ask about specifically as a sergeant, what do you do? And is it basically overseeing those detectives in their investigative efforts?
Yes, we manage their caseload. We manage and keep track of how the case is going, making sure it's thorough, accurate, making sure that all the leads are being followed up on, and making sure that they have the resources that they need to do their job.
What was your assignment with the Sheriff's Office back in January 2020?
I was the Special Victims Unit Sergeant, so I worked in the same investigation division, but I supervised 6 detectives who were doing crimes against children, things like that.
Did you get involved with the investigation into Gannon Stout and him being missing?
Yes, sir.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I was assigned to do several tasks. Obviously, it was a large investigation, so everybody within the division was assigned to a task or 2 at the time.
At some point, did you have get assigned a task to perform or celebrate extraction of a particular cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of training do you have that allowed you to do that celebrate extraction?
In 2014, I was transferred to the investigation division as a detective. During that time period, I was trained how to do operate the Celebrite equipment. Since that time, I've done about 75 roughly downloads of cell phones.
Describe, and I don't need you to go into as much depth as we did with the last witness because we just talked about the same concept, but describe what that process looks like when you are trying to extract data from a cell phone from your perspective.
So you would plug in a phone to get a charge. You would plug the phone into the Celebrite machine. You go through and you have several options of different extractions that you could do. And basically it creates an image of the phone. So it's basically like creating a copy of that phone that goes in the computer, and then the Celebrite software will decode it, for a better word, and give you a report of what's on the phone itself.
What do you do with the information once you extract it from a phone?
The phone is it's generated into a report that's readable. It's usually a PDF or a couple different fonts or formats. That I burn to a disk and I place into evidence. I also give a copy to the detective so they can go through and look at the phone and see what's on it.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach with People's Exhibit 227?
You may.
You would look at People's 227 and let me know when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize 227?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a Blu-ray disc. It's item number 45 inside of an envelope.
What does the Blu-ray disc contain?
The Blu-ray contains the Celebrite report for the phone that I did.
Do you know which particular phone this was?
It was an iPhone 6, but I can't tell you whose phone it was, sir.
Okay. On the evidence label, does it give you some identifying information about the particular phone?
Yes, sir. It says it's the kid's phone.
Okay. He's reading off the evidence label, Your Honor. What does it specifically say? If you could just read it.
Says Blu-ray containing Celebrite report from kid's phone, iPhone 6.
Okay. Does that disc then contain the Celebrite of that iPhone 6 that you did a Celebrite download on?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of that Celebrite report?
Yes, sir.
And move for admission of People's Exhibit 227.
Exhibit 227 will be admitted.
Similar to what we just talked about with the last detective that was on the stand, once it's on that disk and downloaded from the phone, is that then accessible for the greater investigation if detectives want to access it to maybe search for specific things that might have been contained on that phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that the case with this particular disk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Cross-examination, Mr. Twain. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Smith? All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down.
Judge, if we may approach.
You may.
What do you want to do? I was going to interrupt.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have seen a number of conferences up here, and you're not going to be surprised. But we were talking about a break for this morning. Trials are dicey things. Sometimes witnesses go a lot faster than you think they're going to, and sometimes they take a lot longer than you think you're going to. So the downside here is that we have some time that we're not going to be able to use. But what we're going to do is have you come back from lunch early. So we'll have you come back at 1 o'clock. And we should be able to start right on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any independent research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1 o'clock then. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything else we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No,
defense? Okay. We'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock then. Thank you.
All rise.